is going to help me. Oh, we have to mute the viewer count.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna mute shit.
Okay.
I don't even know if it's working.
Alright, that's right. You let us know if we're live.
Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. You gotta mute the thing. I don't even know if it's gonna work.
Okay.
I don't know if there's audio. Nothing.
We're live and we're troubleshooting. Please come by and talk shit.
And I can't test it because I usually use the phone to test it.
Ah, okay. Hold on.
Alright, that's the problem.
Come by and talk shit.
Okay. Let's just adjust you.
Alright, so ladies and jerks, I'm gonna go take a look on Twitch and see if we can see ourselves live.
Yeah, that's probably the right way to do it, right? Oh boy. What a mess. I mean, according to my Twitch, we are live. The question is there actually audio?
Alright, now let's find out.
Audio.
Alright, now let's find out.
Alright, well, I guess we're fine.
Hooray! Alright, so ladies and jerks, we're broadcasting from Monoxis's phone because of technical difficulties and his desktop being hot enough to cook steak and eggs.
Okay, to be fair, I don't think anyone's chimed in yet. No one's here.
Right.
We are currently by ourselves, which is fine.
Right.
We jumped in early to make sure that, first of all, the computer wasn't going to explode just from having Twitch open.
Mm-hmm.
Second, to test if the audio was working, which it is.
So, with the power of technology.
ACTG music, hydrate, thank you. No, I'm busy.
We're gonna get to the hydrating. Hang on.
I don't have water in the thing. You're gonna have to get water from another source.
So I'm shit. All right.
I didn't refill the damn water filter. Right? I've been dealing with an overheating computer. I've been distracted. Point is, seems like the audio is working, the camera is working.
You know.
And we can see chat. So I think that counts as troubleshooting successful.
AC Gaming, listen. We're trying to fight uphill, and where technology continues to conspire against us. So we will hydrate, but we have to hydrate on our own terms. So we're gonna have juice. All right.
Oh, that's a different drink. Don't mix it. It might
Excuse
taste funny. Monoxis, Shadow, and Hands of Sonic. Oh god.
You monster. And this is what we come to. So ladies and jerks, thank you for chiming on in. Monoxis's computer is about this close to turning into a vorpal hole that punches through the fabric of time and space.
I don't know if this mic is actually working or if this is just the phone audio, so I'm just going to make some adjustments.
So please let us know how the audio's coming in, because again, we really don't know if it's either the mic that's down there or the phone that's right over there. And hopefully I'm looking into the right part of the camera.
Oh no, what you see there is what they see.
Okay.
This is the first time we can watch ourselves while we do this.
So we're that is right. So it is right over there. Ooh, this is real time. All right.
For us, I don't know if it's. I think there's a slight delay. Yeah, it's like a couple of seconds. All right. See over here. See in that corner, that little version of it.
And then
But for us, it's real time.
clap.
It works though. Clap, 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 clap. It works. It's fine. So the short version is my computer overheated the other day. I don't know what's wrong yet. I'm assuming it's just the heat sink and I need more thermal paste, which is in the mail. And when it gets here, we'll play around with that. And if that works, then great. The computer's not dead.
AC Gaming, thank you for letting us know that we're not fucking up entirely out the gate. So
I may have to... It could be a part issue. We'll find out in the next couple of days, hopefully. Luckily, it's also Christmas time, so... If I need to get a new thing, I'll buy myself a part.
And
it's
hopefully,
fine.
And hopefully, Newegg or Amazon or any one of these cockamamie companies with their parasite-like grip on the holidays can help my man's out with a better running PC, or at the very least, the part that he needs for that.
Presumably. Presumably, that's not. Oh, you know what? Let's just hope it's not the case. Let's hope that it ends up just being. I need thermal paste for the CPU. Because that'll make my life easier.
I would very much recommend starting up an Amazon wish list for single women in the 5 boroughs that want to buy things for you. So you can finally leave them instead of on red on 3 weeks later. He just goes.
Does that look more even to you?
That looks much more even.
Right.
It was kind of at a.
Was that an angle, right?
Yes.
You know what's funny?
What?
I don't know. I think cameraman was playing with the stand because I saw him doing something earlier.
Uh-huh.
So right now the level that's on it is off.
Really?
But it's even. So either the stand is also fucked, or cameraman did something and I don't know where he adjusted it. He definitely did adjustments. I don't know where.
Okay.
And there's fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things on this stand, on this camera mount that can be adjusted.
Ah.
So I don't want to touch it.
Did they? But they work just fine for the
Fragglecock. Thanks for the follow.
Fragglecock. Thank you for doing your part.
Oh, right. So the other...
and also, a huge paint drinker.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing your part.
Oh, no, other than that, I was going to say, the other half of our title, because this stream got all fucked, thanks to my computer almost dying today. YouTube, we need 2 subscribers, I believe, 2, over on the YouTube, and then we can dual stream between them.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
That's right, because once we have 1,000 subscribers on the YouTubes, when we go live and stream, we are on the front page. So anyone watching and you haven't subscribed, go to youtube.com/718TV and hit subscribe.
Look at those better Twitch emotes.
Fragglecock showing up like a gentleman through the roof like frozen bird shit in February. Hey, this guy.
Oh, our tag's still the ones they were last time? Great. Masculine Jazzman USA. That's right.
It's about time. We've been putting time and effort into these tags for months.
We've been putting the same tags in every time.
It's about time someone noticed our hard work.
Yeah. I like that. I like the line though. Masculine Jazzman USA. I hope that's exactly how it's popped.
It's like a description of a character in a strategy guide from a JRPG.
There's actually a very specific reason why all those were chosen, including jazz.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just nonsense.
Gather around, children. We've got some slight lore for you.
Do we have to explain it?
Well, let them know. I like that.
Okay, well, I mean, USA is pretty obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's where we reside. So, USA, easy. Men, according to Twitch, men as a tag is for content aimed at men, which I'd like to believe with our constant misogyny and just general air of douchebaggery,
Right.
men respond better to us than women.
I would argue that a majority of our fan base are dudes.
So, man.
Only 13% of women of them are women, and among that 13%, only 2 chime in person.
And 10% of that, and of that 13%, 10% of them I'm having sex with, so it doesn't count because they're just here to support me, which is not fair. It skews the number.
Right.
So,
But look at this guy inflating and gaming the algorithm through sexual conquest of queens.
It just doesn't count. You know what I mean? Even if it was if one of the dudes in chat I was fucking, and he was just here to be like, hey, it'd be like, you don't count. I get it, thank you for helping, but you're only here because we're boning. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're not here because you enjoy what we talk about or the content. You're here to be like, I'm supporting you, hi. But the point is that female number is skewed.
This doesn't jive with my personal politics,
Because I'm
but
fucking most of them, so they're only here to support that. But also it should be men. I don't know why it's man, which is stupid. It should be men, content for men. You know what I mean? Masculine stayed because when Twitch changed their tags, I noticed that it was streams for masculine men, and when we put masculine, we were at the top of the masculine. When you went to the front page, it was masculine streams. We were the number 1.
let me look at this guy.
Because nobody fucking... Hey! First time, I love cocks. Says I'm gay.
Heartwood, is that you, buddy? What's going on, Chief?
Which, I don't know if that's actually factual or that's a chick.
Yeah, it's Heartwood. What's good, son? Listen, ladies and
Is
jerks.
Heartwood a man or a woman?
Heartwood is a dude. He pulled through to a party in summer, and that's his. It's the best gimmick of all time, dude. It's
Pretty
great.
solid, yeah. What was the last one? Oh, jazz, right. Because everything is jazz. Because jazz is made up and fake.
Oh, hey, real quickly, number 1, how was Dubai? And number 2, did you get the package?
Did you send I Love Cox shirts?
Yes, I did. He's actually rather quite fond of the Bloody Dummy.
I Love Cox is currently in Turkey.
I'm in Turkey right now. I have not gone home yet, actually, so I don't know if I got anything. Alright, so you just keep me posted once you come back to these United States, alright, homie? Hartwood is a rather fond proponent of the Bloody Dummy because he pointed at the ventriloquist himself and went, that's a mystery. And then he pointed at the dummy and he said, that's horror. And so you know what? It's about goddamn time.
We're almost there, Haynes. We're almost at man bun length. We're getting there.
So, Hartwood, thanks for pulling through. Ladies and jerks, if you're watching and you haven't gone to youtube.com/718TV and hit subscribe, do so. So when we hit 1,000, we can stream live. And whenever we do, we end up on the front page of the YouTubes.
Maybe. If no one else is streaming.
I mean, ideally.
Hey. There's the follow. There's the follow.
I Love Cox, a.k.a. Hartwood. Thank you for doing your part.
But yeah, so that's the second part of the stream title. We had some issues. My computer overheated, so we're streaming from a phone.
So originally,
I hope it doesn't look like shit, but we're streaming from a phone. A decent phone, to be fair. It's not a shit phone. Not your phone. Your phone's a shit phone.
Don't judge.
I'm very much judging your shit phone.
And by the way, this gentleman was supposed to learn how to speed run Dungeons of Dreadmore in spite with the fire magic.
I did a test run of it. I did.
How'd that turn out?
Fire magic is broken.
Did you beat the game?
No.
Oh, okay, well,
It takes time to learn it.
What floor did you get
I
to?
didn't fucking play that hard. I was like, let me learn the mechanics. I'm trying to figure out how the flame run works. Now, mind you, the flame
Are
run
you
is...
blowing up rooms yet?
The flame run is just... You blow up rooms on... instantly with the flame build. I'm not joking. Like, fucking floor 1, you can clear a room with one spell.
If you max out all wizard shit, yeah.
The base level, like, whatever... I didn't fucking...
The
the
pyromancy.
the one where it hits and then it spreads.
Yep.
You do that to rooms, and then like, oh, is there 20 dudes in there? You hit it, I level that up. I hit it, I level that up. I hit it, I level like, and you're just like, room, and you run around being like, where are the stairs? How are the enemies? Everything's dead. I level up. Everything's dead. I level up.
And then when he's out of MP, just like chugging booze, and then like that's dead. Glug 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 glug. That's dead. And then he's stinking of like gin.
Fire.
He's tumbling downstairs, stinking of gin by like level 8. He's got to get to level 15.
No, it's not the only speedrun. It's just the current fastest on speedrun.com. It doesn't mean that game can't be optimized. Also, I don't know what parameters you play on, because I know there's like a version where like it's like shorter dungeon maps.
Right.
And I think that's what the speedrun's played on.
Oh, the I'm in a hurry mode?
Whatever that is. Like
the smaller maps.
Smaller maps. So clearly,
you know what,
it's
Hartwood?
easier.
We're big fans of the masks too, alright?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you tweet that we're live?
Yes, I did.
Did you help them with technical difficulties?
Yes.
Alright. I can't retweet. Because I can't, because that...
Right there.
I can't do it.
So, ladies and jerks, thank you for joining us. We would have been playing more Dungeons of Dreadmore. However, we're streaming. This is the second time we've had to stream from your phone, as a matter of fact.
Technically, no. The first time we used my phone as a camera, because the camera wasn't working. We are now using the phone for everything.
Right. Although this would end up becoming very handy because streaming outside is something I'd very much like to do down the road.
Oh yeah, this is exactly. If we were to stream outside, this is what it would look like. This is what it would look and sound like. So just for folks watching, if we were to ever do a live stream from the outside and not the indoors.
I would really like, you know what I'd like to do as a matter of fact? I would like to, when it is very nice weather next year, sometime in the middle of like between spring and summer, leading into summer itself, if we could post up somewhere like Washington Square Park and stream that, like, we're selling shirts live in Washington Square Park right now. And when people come by, they're like, oh, what's happening? It's like, we're live on Twitch. Yeah, like that's $30 and that's $40.
Table, camera over there, shirts.
Shirts.
You know what I mean? So then, like when they come up, it's like, what are you doing? We're streaming. That's the camera right there.
What's this about? Shirts.
So we'd have to talk to Twitch over there.
Right.
So people can address us and come at us from the front, what's in the front side. I think our best bet live stream would be to maybe do another Christmas stream this year.
Right.
Like, I don't know what you're doing that weekend. I have no plans.
I don't believe I have plans. Hey, if we were to do this thing outside, how would we re-chat?
There's a little thing there, which I'm not going to touch. That's like the chat bubble, which I'm not going to touch.
Okay.
It's over there, and I don't want to play with it.
Okay.
And we have chat here.
Just asking. I don't believe
There's a way it works.
I don't believe I have any plans on Christmas.
So we could walk around Times Square again, and if you want, you can dress as Santa.
Oh, that would be delightful.
And we can run back the Santa at Times Square Christmas stream.
Do it live on Twitch?
Actually,
Oh, that would be fantastic.
when is Christmas? Is Christmas a Saturday?
No, it would be next Saturday, I think.
But it's
no,
a Saturday.
No, not next Saturday. The Saturday after next Saturday.
Is Christmas a Saturday or a Friday?
Hey, chat, is Christmas a Friday or a Saturday? Help us out.
Because we might be able to just do this on Christmas. I'm gonna find out because chat's not being helpful. Christmas is a Saturday.
Ah.
We
Subtle Bodhi from the fourth plane of Buddhism. Good looks and thanks for pulling through. It is on a Saturday. But if you can just do Christmas Eve,
we stream Saturdays. That's the thing, which is like, so we're gonna be streaming on Christmas anyway.
Hey, feliz cumpleaños! This fucking guy. Hey, I hope that what you want in the next fucking 300. Wait, what's 364 minus 8? 350. What? 6?
What?
I hope the next 356 days, the things that you're looking for lie await in the cover of darkness that you have to fucking take by horseback. He needs a day to get the fucking horseback fucking posse, alright? Parzival? Ooh, I really would like to go back to Times Square dressed as Santa, although it'll be without the beard, so I'm not sure how effective that'll be. But in spite of that, despite that, or in spite of that?
It doesn't matter. It's Santa Haynes. It doesn't matter. It's not Santa Claus.
Okay, this is true.
He's a fucking dude. Santa Haynes.
I mean, just the outfit alone.
Yeah. And I'll bring like portables so we can charge everything up properly, and you know we'll run it back.
I'd like that very much.
And maybe this time there'll be less weird people. I doubt it. We're also probably going to get yelled at again due to not wearing masks.
Yeah, again. Oh, jeez Louise. All right.
If they even let us into Times Square without your vaccination card.
Or without your retina scanner DNA sample, you know.
So they might just not let it. We'll try. We can try.
Honestly, I'm not against just wandering around dressed as Santa on live on Twitch, which I think would be pretty spectacular.
Yeah. Except I'm going to have to read Twitch chat to you, but whatever, it's fine. Also, no idea if the microphone's going to work, but we'll figure it out.
Watch us fucking go live for an hour and a half having the adventure of our lifetime, and you're watching like a muted version of it the whole time.
I still think that'll be entertaining.
That would be sad and hilarious, though, in a way. Like a Greek tragedy.
We can figure it out. Whatever, the audio works now.
Kool-Aider.
Clearly I
That's
know
what
I'm doing something right.
So Kool-Aider, we were meant to be playing Dungeons of Dreadmore, but Monoxis's computer is now hot enough to cook steak and eggs on.
It currently isn't, but it overheated twice yesterday, so I think it's got an issue with its thermal paste. If I run anything high maintenance, it starts to overheat, so I'm just not risking burning out a piece of the equipment. So we're streaming off of the phone.
So now,
Hey, Kool-Aider, with the resub on Prime.
Kool-Aider has joined us to suffer. Thank you, Kool-Aider.
Yes. We don't get the audio. I hate it.
Gracias, porque no tenemos el audio.
Thank you very
Escuchar
much. Kool-Aider
presencia
is,
aquí,
I
a
believe,
sufrir con nosotros.
1 month away from what should be the Silver Eye badge, which I don't see popping up, but that might just be a Twitch.
When he gets
issue.
the 6-month streak?
Yeah, Silver Eye. Should be a thing.
Muted, not sub ad block. All right, listen, buddy. With your habit of being right. So no, but
yeah, you have the first badge. That's the thing.
So,
Oh, that's right. That overrides it. You're just first.
So,
Which I feel like I want to change that as well.
oh well, I mean, I'd really like to change that actually, so everyone gets their own deputized badge in a way.
Well, no, like the first badge should just be something better than just the first. If I can change it, we'll see.
You have to look into this, as a matter of fact.
I have some things.
All right, so ladies and jerks, if you're just joining us, hopefully you have followed, and if you have not followed here at twitch.tv/Monoxis.
No. Today's not about the Twitch. Today's about
The
more
We have
subs.
technical difficulties.
No, 2 more subs
All right.
on YouTube. 2 more.
So you have to go to youtube.com/718TV
2
and
more.
click subscribe. So when we hit 1,000 subscribers, we can live stream and we will be on the front page.
That's not 100% true, but we can dual stream on both YouTube and Twitch at 1,000 without having to use that stupid, what is it, the thing that the other jerks use, Restream or whatever.
Yes.
We can just do it via Streamlabs
Aha.
at 1,000. Thank you. Thank you.
Heartwood, always coming in like a thief in the night, even in broad daylight.
I can't check the channel because my phone is the camera. Hands.
I can check right now.
That's what my implication was.
Well, you just fucking calm your tits, alright? We're gonna go to the very top of my Twitter, and then we're gonna... This is me talking shit. I have to fix my script. So,
Says 1K. Hey, and Fragglecock also subbed. We got the 1K.
Fragglecock, thank you for doing your part.
Now we just have to not get banned on YouTube, which we have been battling with.
Let's see if we could hold it in our hand.
Forever.
Now, everybody, don't grab your ankles. It is not SummerSlam. Here we go. 1K subscribers. All right.
There it is.
So now we can play all the Al Gore clips we can out of context. All right. Celebrate good times.
Your
right
masks
now.
are quite
Come
character
on.
appropriate. We think so too.
I'd very much like to believe so.
This one needs a paint job. Actually, all of my masks need a paint job. I've just been working 2 jobs, so I haven't had time to do shit.
And on top of that, this is just one of his 4 masks.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
2
This
jobs,
man, this
2
man has a fucking
girlfriends.
ensemble of masks.
2 jobs, 2 girlfriends.
Always the ballroom, and shout outs to Industrial Hobo for printing him a fucking mask that looks like something you'd equip in Dark Souls 3.
2 D&D campaigns. Technically, one's not D&D, but whatever. This. Yeah. I'm a busy man.
And not uploading on YouTube, but it says it's the computer's fault.
Arguably. And YouTube guidelines, which I'm scared of.
Kinda, sorta.
Because they've threatened me before, so
Heartwood chimes in with, "Damn bro, you work, you should make some money instead."
I do. In my regular hours, I'm a personal trainer. So that's a thing.
He's having concurrent interests work at the same time when he's on the clock and off the clock.
I teach
That's a tough
other
act to
people how to
follow.
be, physically well off.
He
And
is
they give me money.
He's simply giving the knowledge and understanding he's come to be as Queen Sex Man. Alright?
Mhm.
So,
I also started a new job recently, which has been pretty. Is that right? Pays good.
alright.
People are.
It is not the headache-inducing gauntlet
No,
that you were
it's-
dealing with earlier.
It's not commercial gyms. It's medical gym.
You see, this man is helping people become mobile and strong.
That's boring as fuck.
But they're using and utilizing your skill.
Yeah,
So they can-
and they pay better. They pay a lot better, and it's more consistent. But
Instead of-
everyone's boring because they can't pick anything up, and I get bored.
Instead of leaving him on the floor of a gym where people are just asking him where the bathroom is.
I did get to outlift some people though, which was fun. I can't do that in the new job. I outlift everyone without trying.
It's not your... Because they're coming there to rehabilitate. Like, you're acting like some grizzled 6'4" gladiator is going to be like, "I was wounded when fighting the Carthaginians, and I need you to help me to run and stride again, so I can murder the father of the man who murdered my son." And then, like, for the first time in Monoxis's career, like, he can't outbench the guy who showed up, so now he's on this, like, personal fucked up, like, montage of, like, "You're the best around, no one's gonna ever keep you down," and then on week 3 he just stomps in and then like outbenches the fucking gladiator, and then he's like, "Alright, and then you gotta do fucking push-ups and jumping jacks, go," and then that's it.
Oh no!
And he helps the gladiator learn how to run again
at the
and
previous
murder
job-
the father with a fucking long pike.
At the previous job, there were other trainers who could outlift me, but they're also like, because you have to keep in mind, like, moving weight is also like paralleled with your size.
Mm-hmm.
So like, there was a dude who could fucking pull 4.5 plates on a deadlift, and I was like, "That's amazing because it's a great number." And he was like, "So what's your deadlift?" And I was like, "Oh, like 375, so like 4 3/4, or 3 3/4," which is like, all right, but I'm a foot shorter than you are, and I weigh like 20 less pounds. So I'm almost like I'm 70 shy of your max at a foot less, 20 less pounds. You know what I mean?
So
Like,
what's your
proportional.
excuse?
Like, I'm gonna be there and your ass is like lagging. And then some new guy showed up, and he was just in amazing shape. And we were like, all right, deadlift. And then he couldn't deadlift over either of us, and we were like, great, all that muscle for what? For what? You look mad good. You can't pick up shit. You can't pick up shit. You look nice. You can't pick up shit.
They're doing like a fucking break dancing and parading around him that he can't pick up shit.
Yeah. And then we motivated him to pick up heavier. And now he's like, fine, I'm going to power train. And then like a month later, he's like doing power lifts, and we're like, yay, we can burn him.
Him and his coworker bought him like mad bags of groceries and be like, hey, can you help me carry this to my car? You can't pick up shit. You can't pick up shit. And like he's bragging with like 15 bags in each hand, just fucking like quick walking to the door.
Listen, nope. There's nothing more motivating than someone of my stature, because I'm not a tall man, walking up to someone when they're in the middle of their like heavy set of deadlifts, right? Like dude's doing 2.5 plates and like that's his max, and I walk up and I'm like, oh, thanks for the warm up, and then just like bang out 5 and drop it and be like, what's up? And they're just like, you son of a bitch. And I'm like, that's right, lift more. Like 6'2" jerk off. Big for what?
This guy. Listen, in an alternate universe, he ends up taking the Joe Pesci route where he's just like jabbing pens in people's necks and like, you know, he works his way up.
It was all good fun. And then you
imagine Joe Pesci if he could deadlift 2.5 of his weight.
And then you have like the best trainer at the gym who's killing it, like making sales and money and like laughing in all of our faces. Mm-hmm. And the dude can't move weight at all. He just like is chiseled, like he's basically got Adonis perfect body and has like a pretty face, and he's got rocks for brains. But you know what? Like he's a certified trainer and he looks pretty. So people are like, I want to train with him because I want to look pretty. And it's like, his genetics will not rub off on you magically because he trains you.
Right.
He is just pretty.
But he's just aesthetically pleasing to look at.
So people think the aesthetically pleasing guy can make you stronger and look better, when in fact your body is made of dirt and your face is made of busted clay.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do to change that.
Right. Well, that is sort of like the personal trainer equivalent of like when you go to a hair salon.
Your
or like
gym is a microcosm of society, isn't it? Yeah, kind of.
like
to be fair, I was working in one of the largest commercial gyms in Manhattan, so you saw everything.
It kind of reminds me of like when you go to a hair salon or a barber shop and you see these like they're in almost every other barber shop and hair salon where you see like chiseled or like, you know, fascinatingly beautiful men and women with like the 14 or the 20 kinds of haircuts you could get, and then like it's not going to look that good on you. That's just a haircut on a just like 10 out of 10 on paper, you know.
You find men fascinatingly beautiful, kind of sus. I'm going to go on a limb here.
Listen, Hartwood,
hold
if
on.
anyone's cornering that market, it's you, and I'm not going to fucking stake in your monopoly.
Hold on the record, not trolling, this is not a bullshit statement, men are more beautiful aesthetically than women, and you've been fighting over that.
Alright. You hear that, chat?
A well-defined,
you could take it up with him.
Well-built man will look aesthetically better than the most defined women.
So,
I'm just putting it out there.
Alright, so chat, you can direct this to Monoxus himself.
What a wholesome channel I've stumbled across.
Annie, thank you for coming on by, and we're glad that you joined us
also,
here.
I'm not wrong.
Monoxus.
Look at an aesthetically trained, muscular man, right?
So you see...
Dudes have every insertion of their muscle, like, detailed. Look at some like Z's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful insertions
He
everywhere.
was on steroids, so he doesn't count.
Doesn't matter. Aesthetically...
Hartwood, look at what you've started, a.k.a. I love cocks.
Aesthetically, gorgeous, right? Whereas an aesthetically... No.
That man's on steroids.
Doesn't matter.
He's
Aesthetically
cheating.
is beautiful. Alright? Beautiful.
Look at what you've started.
There are women who can get on that level, but when a chick gets to that like level of mass, it starts to border on kind of excessive. So men can peak past women aesthetically and still look good, where women become morbid.
The Lifting Only He-Man's Club Power Hour is brought to you by PBS.
I'm just saying.
Brought to you by viewers like
From
you.
an aesthetic point of view, muscular men look better. Because part of aesthetic muscular looks ruins.
Which, by the way,
Like,
which
let's be honest,
circles back to AC Gaming.
When-
The tags, alright, you're watching it right now.
women's most powerful features, right? Their face, their jawline, their breasts, their ass, that kind of thing. Their thighs. When they become too muscular, great.
He forgot hips, I'm just saying.
Well, their ass and their thighs,
You're right.
sir, are the hips.
Right.
You think of hips, and no, you're talking about their glutes and their fucking quads and their hamstrings.
Listen him with the fucking body language legalese like he's about to fucking argue with James 20 minutes from now.
My point is, you get a chick with a super hyper muscular chest.
Santo Esterlina.
Alright?
Gracias por mirando aquí en twitch.tv/Manaxis.
You get a chick with super masculine, like, chest muscles.
Mi
I'm
amigo?
sorry, does that not make her have, like, a box chest with, like, tits on top?
Mi amigo está hablando mierda
It's
en
not
la
aesthetically
forma
pleasing.
de la cuerpa de mujeres, diciendo que la forma de la cuerpo de muchachos son más mejor en una manera de estéticas. Yo no estoy diciendo eso, pero él está diciendo eso. Si quiere repuestar él en esa manera,
Hold on.
habla con él.
I think the fact that
no
you're
con
trying
yo.
to hold women to aesthetic standards that make beautiful muscle shows you're more interested in masculine than feminine kind, which is gay, to be honest. I'm talking about the aesthetically pleasing physique of somebody. Women look better without that physique. Men look better with that physique. That's my argument. Some people are like, oh, women look better. No. Men look better jacked. Women don't. That's it. They don't. They don't look better jacked.
Thank you for coming to his TED Talk.
They don't.
Watch. Fit is going to follow this man to the gates of hell where they're going to outlift Satan.
Annie says, have you ever seen a chimp with mange? Sounds like it would get you excited. Muscles on top of muscles, bookmark it. I just know how a chimp's muscular structure is. I've seen it before. And they're pretty solid. They're not the most aesthetically pleasing animal, though, from a muscular standpoint.
ACTG Music goes, hot take, but I think an average pair of boobs looks better than the finest of penises. Alright, listen, like, can we get this guy to call in on the air and kind of, like, help bring this guy to fucking sense?
That is a different conversation.
Which it is, but now, AC Gaming is now conflating the Pingas with this guy who's talking about the statues in the fucking Metropolitan Museum of Art in the Greco-Roman section.
There's a reason why you don't see statues of these jacked women. It's always a dude who's like, and ripped.
Or the sad boxer who's like, yes, I've taken another life in the sawdust pit. Don't look at me. Don't carve the statue of me.
Take like a statue, like this, like take like the statue, is it Atlas, I think? Like whatever. Take a fucking masculine statue and put like little bud boobs on it and like get rid of the dick and put like a fucking like flat surface and you'd be like, that looks weird. Right? Looks off. Because it does!
But you're talking about like the equivalent of like a female American gladiators that shouldn't even be looking like that in the first place.
So that was my argument to begin with. Men can do that and look aesthetically pleasing where women hit the ceiling. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, since we're talking about, the aesthetics of it.
So Dungeons of Dreadmore
It starts
falls
to look
apart.
grotesque, you know what I mean, at a certain point. True, which is why I love when people look at Instagram muscle people and they're just like these grotesquely over-ripped, like, vascular monsters. And they're like, you can also be this big if you just eat the diet I tell you to and buy my book for $100 every month for the next 6 years. And, like, fitness is, like, the rules of fitness have not changed since, like, Jack LaLanne's days back in, like, when he started this shit in the 60s. Don't fall for it.
Fun fact with
fitness, human fitness hasn't changed since the dawn of mankind was running around and fighting for survival, and people were like jacked. And nowadays it's like drink seltzer water, intermittent fasting, make sure you eat asparagus 6 times a week.
I'm not sure if Monoxis is calling for a return to tradition and where you just have to once a week you have to fight for your life. And maybe perhaps help take down a couple of mammoths or two. I'm just saying.
Are there not muscular men who still have feminine features? My point is, there's a ceiling that men get past when it comes to physical features. That when women get past it, they look weird.
But okay, but muscle.
Like a jacked woman.
All right.
Jacked, right? Would be a girl who's got wow, you can see definition in her arms and her abs. Jacked. Where a dude is like, wow, his biceps are the size of someone's head.
Now hang on. Now listen.
I will not listen.
One disclaimer. How about this? Fine. Disclaimer. No. Muscle builds around a woman's body differently than muscle building around a man's body. So it is almost like comparing a guy who does kung fu and a guy who does karate or whatever, and you're measuring them on standards that are inherent, but on some sort of one greater than... Listen.
You want a strength benchmark that's kind of fun too? this is on the same topic, men versus women in gyms and muscular, right? You'll see women doing sumo deadlifts and being like, 500, 600 sumo deadlift, what up? And it's like, do that conventional.
All right, question. How about this?
Yeah.
Let's ask the fucking personal trainer here, okay? How does a deadlift help if you're a woman and let's say now you're fighting for your life and hopefully you've practiced that keys in between the knuckles thing, and if you haven't,
Are you just like, so I heard a part of, the first part of that question was, how does a deadlift help?
how does a deadlift help? Judo or fucking choke?
And
or
then it became
so
if anti-women's self-defense.
because women's self-defense is a joke, just teach women's self-defense.
So are you asking what a deadlift does?
Can a deadlift help a woman fight for her life? Because they don't teach women self-defense to fight other women. They teach women self-defense so they don't get like choked and raped and stabbed and left in the trunk of a car and pushed into a fucking lake to be found by state troopers like 13 days later. They don't. So number one, how does a deadlift help?
Okay.
And number two, Mr. Personal Trainer who knows the application of strength and push and pull.
Yeah.
How do you help? How do you help women fight for their life in the arena of Brain Cress's wrestling mode?
Okay.
All right.
So
We gotta put them to work.
We'll start with the easy part of that. What does a deadlift help? So first of all, deadlifts are a glute dominant hip hinging exercise. Heavy deadlifts are purely for ego. At a certain point, you don't have to lift heavier because you only need to maintain hip strength up to a certain number, and everything after that is just excessive. So the main point of a deadlift or any hip hinging exercise is to maintain like hip strength, so that as you get older, your hips don't deteriorate and you fall down a flight of steps and end up in a commercial where you have to hit a button on a necklace and go, "I've fallen and I can't get up." That's what deadlifts are good for.
Okay.
That's the main focus of a deadlift. If you're doing ego lifting, it's picking up heavier shit with your glutes, because deadlifts again are glute exercise. Dumb people are like, it's your back. Your glutes are the prime mover of a deadlift. But it's a full body exercise. Your core's engaged. You're activating your lats. Like you're using your hamstrings. The hinge is happening with the erector spine muscle. It's a bunch of different moving parts. In terms of combat sports, deadlifts help grapplers pick people up off the floor and put them back down on the floor, because that's all a deadlift is.
All right.
So if you're not picking something up off the floor and putting it back down on the floor forcefully, presumably in a fight, deadlifts aren't helping you. Now, if you're like a guy in a wrestling competition who wants to pick a dude up and fucking throw him across the room, the deadlift is the first third. The squat is the second bit where you get them up, and then the third half is gravity to put them back down.
But because statistically women are smaller than men, they're obviously not going to be deadlifting their way to getting their opponent.
Now, in terms of
greater.
self-defense, the best thing you can do in terms of self-defense is take self-defense classes. So everyone thinks like,
women's self-defense.
I'm going to get big arms and that's going to make me throw better punches. The funny thing about fighting is it almost never has anything to do with muscle mass or strength. It has everything to do with technique. Look at UFC fighters. For the most part, the people who are in the least aesthetic shape, muscular-wise, are the better fighters because they have better technique. They practice combat technique, not muscle building.
Which, by the way, to add on his point, look at Dan Severn, look at Fedor Emelianenko. Those two guys look like they're just waiting for the bus somewhere. And then you compare them to the super huge tough lords, which like parts of their body you could grate cheese on.
Now, I also recall Severn. They're better than that. Severn had a solid deadlift and a solid back squat, but Severn was also a grappler and a wrestler. And in the time of Dan Severn, he could grab a dude, like you could walk up to a guy in the ring, you can't do this shit anymore. He could walk up to a guy, pick him up, slam him down, and then do that again.
Yep.
You can't do that
In
anymore.
fact, fun fact, in the very first fight Dan Severn appeared in,
I'm looking at this stream on two screens. Are my posts shadow banned? They shouldn't be. I'm seeing them. Everyone else, yeah. And he
Dare chimes in with, the best women's self-defense technique is a gun.
Actually, to be fair, that's
he's
a
not
valid
wrong.
point.
Yes,
But if
however,
you're looking into self-defense, if you wanted a training regimen, right? So if you came to me, like you came to me and was like, I want training specific to self-defense or to combat sports.
Fighting shape.
Fighting shape. We'll say it's not self-defense because self-defense is a whole different can of worms. But like, I want to be in fighting shape. You wouldn't even do strength training. You would do conditioning and endurance. Because fighting is less about being stronger and more about how many more minutes can you stand up defending yourself until that other person has thrown so many punches that they're now throwing a punch and going, and you're like, great, you're tired? What's up? I wore you down.
Ladies
like,
and gentlemen,
watch UFC fights.
The
first 3 rounds is dudes being like, yo, throw a punch. No, you throw a punch. You throw a punch.
Monox is taking the Rocky 3 approach, evidently. All right?
And once someone is like tired...
AFDH chimes in with calling up. Monoxus is a ginger Jew now. Listen, AFDH is clearly attacking Monoxus for heritage he's only 25% of.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's...
What did he ever do to Austria-Hungary, all right? You take that back, AVH.
Combat sports are primarily endurance... Or they're like, I would argue, 60% endurance, 40% technique.
Well, if you look at Dan Severn and Fedor Emelianenko, they just look like, compared to their contemporaries and peers, schlubby dudes waiting for the bus. And Dan Severn is one of 3 combatants who has over 100 wins in... mixed martial arts, but many of those victories came from a time and day of when they were called cage fighting.
ACTU says, I think men are more aesthetically impressive from a practical standpoint, but female beauty is pretty passive. I agree. That's my whole point. Men can work on their aesthetic beauty. Women can stand there.
Right, but you did kind of come out the gate with the He-Man No Girls Allowed in the Gym Club.
Not No Girls Allowed, but...
Like, he's running on public office.
Don't try and look...
Open your own gyms, he's going to say behind a podium.
Don't try and be
on train stations on the way to the capital of whatever city you're in. He's an allegory. Shh.
Don't try and be these big ladies where it's like, that doesn't work.
Oh, you mean those ham galaxies with the high-waist clothing, the undulating
big
blubber.
As in, like, good big, not bad big.
Oh, okay. That kind of big.
Like, if a girl's going to the gym to do this... It's like, I'm proud that you can lift, but aesthetically, you're on like a seesaw of like, and now you're strong, but you're less attractive. Where men, it's the opposite. When we get more aesthetic, we're more attractive. It hurts you.
Well, once it goes past
in my opinion, ceiling. You're allowed to be like, fuck you, Minoxus. I like muscle mommies. I don't.
You have to take this up with him, ladies and jerks.
I can be wrong.
AFDH goes, come on, there has to be a story behind the red hair. If not, make one up. ACT.
It's not red, it's pink.
Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws.
Look, hold on.
Is this an allegory for the new Jim Crow, the war on drugs?
This is red. This is, it's purple, but it's whatever, it's pink. It's not fucking red, alright? And it's because I was Dionysus for Halloween. So I had fucking purple hair, and now it's turning pink because it's fading.
It has been a while since you've eaten something on stream so Cool Leader could green screen you into a new profile picture. His profile picture on Twitter is still him as Dionysius, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not changing it for a little while. This is also why I don't care. It was fucking Dionysus. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Hey, evidently, Dare always has snipers in the fucking trees looking out for Halloween at all hours of the
It was pretty
year.
sick, because the girl I'm seeing was also Aphrodite, and it was fun.
So... Annie G, Annie J-I, because it's Annie and A, the letters, and fucking J and I. Men are attracted to women with higher estrogen levels, softens their features. It doesn't take any work. If anything, getting buff as a woman lowers your sex appeal.
Thank you. You mean the general agreed upon belief that women with feminine features are attractive and men with masculine features are attractive? And when you swap it, it doesn't work. So now, men look like twinks, and that's good for other men because men are attracted to feminine features, so even men who like men want men who look like women. The same way that women who like women want women who look like men, because inherently we are still attracted to the opposite sex. That's why lesbians look like men, and gay men look like women.
Well, not all lesbians.
Because from a neurological standpoint...
Hey, not all women look like lesbian truck drivers with fucking flannel and listen to Slayer.
There's a reason why that's a pretty common practice, right?
Not all lesbians fit that paradigm.
But a lot of lesbians like butch partners, and a lot of gay dudes like
what do you mean by a lot? Like, you have... Not all, obviously.
The general consensus would agree The same way,
If the gay and lesbian caucus can chime in and let my friend know if he's right or not.
let's put it like this, right? The same way men who are straight prefer feminine women, and women who are straight prefer masculine men, women who are gay prefer masculine women, and men who are gay prefer feminine men.
Not across the board.
I would argue against that. I think that would be considered, it wouldn't be like a full like 80-20 split, but we're looking at a good 70-30, 60-40.
Ay, ay, ay.
Alright?
Heartwood, a.k.a. I
Alright.
love Cox. Look at what you've put into motion. I hope you're happy in fucking Turkey. You know what's funny? One time, I had to go to a wedding in Greece, and right next door to Greece is Turkey, so I had 3.5 days in myself, so I ended up going to Istanbul, which is what half my family calls Constantinople, exactly.
Yeah.
And it was really funny, because over there, they're crusty old men in the blazers, chain smoking, drinking small cups of coffee, playing backgammon, talking shit, and then catcalling the women were just like our crusty old men in the blazers, drinking cups of coffee, chain smoking, playing backgammon, and their crusty old blazers, talking shit, and catcalling the women that walked by. And it was kind of a strange moment because, like, wow, like, Yaya walks around with the lights off in the house and peers through the blinds every 5 minutes because of the fucking, not only the Germans, but like fucking her parents grew up under the fucking Turks. And then this shit happens, and then now the Civil War, and then yada yada yada. So she's like a Vietnam vet who makes like the best like spinach pie in the world. You know? These things happen. Let it be known that the very first like Allied ground victory in World War II was when Italy invaded Greece. And Greece was like, get the fuck out of here. And it's called Ochi Day. And Ochi in Greek means no. Alright? Then, the Third Reich, then they're like, hold my beer. And then in year one, when Germany invaded Greece, they like machine gunned and starved like a little over 1 million people in Athens alone, not counting the countryside. And then things got really bad and ugly. But then, by 1945, Crete was known as the graveyard of paratroopers. And the Germans, they tried to cross the river in winter like morons. What is up with Germans thinking they can do things in winter? Like, no.
What's going on, Whisper?
It happened before, god damn it, and it'll happen again. Hell, Napoleon failed that way, and you'd figure they'd have done their research. You don't...
Because war doesn't go on pause because it's cold out, Haynes.
It didn't work for Napoleon.
It has never worked, and we've all come to none of us have come to the point where we're like, hold up, it's fucking cold out.
I wonder if places like Afghanistan have like a higher kill count in the middle of winter as opposed to summer, because in the winter it's like, you're in enemy territory, they're used to this shit, so they're gonna like harass you while you're trying to get sleep you can't get.
What the fuck is an Afghanistan winter like?
Oh, I mean, I imagine not good for like the good old boys and the men and women who fight for our freedom and come back partially exploded for mattress sales.
I can't imagine they have much of a winter in general.
Well, I mean, I'd like to believe that there's nothing. Well, what is there to retain the heat other than the fucking terrain? And it's just.
I guess they are pretty desert based, right? So they get pretty cool.
They have mountains and they share a border with Pakistan.
Yeah, that's fair. The point is, no human on Earth is going to be like, all right, buddy. It's winter time.
Well, no matter what,
pack it in for 3 months and wait for the cold to go away.
No, that didn't fucking work with them, though.
And then we'll continue the war. No one does that.
Dare chimes in with, Afghan winters are like living in Colorado, if the documentaries are to be believed, at least for Helmand.
If anything, what we should do, whenever a winter...
Not much, homie. How you been?
Whenever a winter war comes around, that's when we should switch to all of the, like, drones. Winter combat should be fought with tech. Right.
Just to keep everyone inside with hot sandwiches cut into and
keep drones outside of their house so they can't leave. With a sign that says, like, be back soon.
For 3 months.
Yeah. And then once it warms up, put boots back.
How would you feel if they fucking shot the drones out the sky?
Send another drone in. Even drone watching the drone. And if they get to tier 2 drones, you just start dropping bombs.
So.
Or satellite beams, because we have those too, which apparently is a thing that everyone's scared of right now, because China tested a faulty one, even though we've been had satellite beams, we're just not legally allowed to use them.
Technology is a two-way, it's a two-way street. Fun fact, in the early 1970s, an intelligence agency identified the wife of a terrorist leader by her breasts. through satellite imagery, top down.
Sick.
And it was and it was like, hey, remember when the boys in like national defense in America, they were like, look at the biggest knockers in Morocco in the world, and then everyone, and it kind of became this like quiet little like, you know, like, bro, like the best knockers in the world come from Morocco. They look so good, you can see them from space.
Imagine.
Years later, they're like, yo, we figured out that the fingerprint belonging to the shipping company that crossed the border, that made its way, that was funded by Iran to this thing, and then ended up back the way to fucking Lebanon, and then it was like, yeah, but you know who was working with Lebanon at the time? Morocco, and then it was like, the tits, and then it was, it's her, and then Interpol shows up, and then, you know, the photo op, and then,
I was gonna say, imagine,
fun fact.
imagine being the leader of a nation, right? And you've got such an eye for attractive women that you're like, that bitch, right? And you bring her in.
AFDH might argue that's Gaddafi, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm just saying, and she's got such a like beautiful rack on her that halfway across the world, someone else is like, damn, son, with like satellite imagery. And then later on, it's like, wait, hold up, bring that back up?
Because there's no other rack in the world like it.
And it's like, wait, bring that picture back up? I remember that picture. I remember those tits.
Yep.
Because they were like, because not only did you pick them, the rest of the world was like, oh my god. And you picking some hot ass lady, let a bunch of dudes across the world be like, you buried yourself, son. He was too fine.
This is why, listen, I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations that Monoxis works for Interpol or Internal Affairs of some three-letter agency.
He was so fine that he buried you because nobody forgot.
It's almost as if being beautiful is a curse.
It's almost as if it's also distinguishable between individuals.
Drones, bro. Listen. Drones have helped the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan become the most stressed out corner of the earth. Just from drones itself.
We need more drones.
Fragglecock, thank you for standing in solidarity with us. And thank you for helping us get to 1K over on the YouTubes. If you're watching here at twitch.tv/Monoxis and you haven't subscribed on YouTube, please go to youtube.com/718TV. While Monoxis ends up getting a 3 out of 5 cigarette flip so he could smoke it in peace. And the quiet, mechanic corner behind his eyes is put at rest. He already won, he's still going. He keeps doubling or nothing like a fucking crazy Vietnam vet special forces guy.
I have to get it on the filter, though. I can't just, carry it on the other side.
Dare chimes in with, might not be related, but we, the U.S., has had plasma tanks since the 90s. See Project Marauder. So you mean a plasma a la, Doom, that kind of plasma? Like plasma rifle BFG?
We have satellite cannons. That's a thing.
You mean low-level ion cannons? Yeah, to a degree.
We have them. They're just not very effective or accurate. That's why you don't use them. They're very inaccurate.
Okay. Because you're not targeting a fucking person. You use those cannons for cities.
Yes,
right?
which is why it's like, when do you get a chance to use something like that?
That would be kind of silly. Oh, we had to fucking turn Damascus into rubble to take out Assad.
No one's gonna.
Just
no one's gonna
good.
check the
on humanitarian pretext. Yeah.
No one's gonna check the use the death ray box. You can't justify the death ray.
But seriously, AFDH, if you're watching, please chime in with some, Gaddafi lore. Gaddafi had an all-female personal bodyguard cadre from, women from around the world.
Is that why he's dead?
No, he's dead because the Middle East was destabilized, and he even pointed out, saying, my country is a wall between, North Africa and the rest of the world.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that he had a bunch of females guarding him.
No, that he was kind of like
saying that when
no.
You're saying that when they got to him, presumably with a bunch of dudes, right?
He was our.
Nothing went wrong.
Everything went wrong, but this was long. For God's sake, listen. Once upon a time, Gaddafi was the Saturday morning villain of the United States during the 80s.
I'm just saying,
and
you don't think that played at all into his defeat?
I imagine
his weakness.
I imagine towards the end of his life, when he was a joyless husk of a man, he absconded because, no, he's not without fault, for God's sake. But Like, I imagine he absconded the all-female cadre, personal elite super bodyguards, and kind of wallowed in the crapulence of him being a world leader. Even up to the moments before he was got, he was just like, you don't, like, you'd expect someone to be under duress, but he wasn't, you know?
Maybe a little rape.
Maybe. So there goes, thunder and lightning, building Z to Z, bake ovens, kind of plasma. Ah, okay. Well, that's true. Finally, AFDH chimes in retrospectively, yes. They said he was bad to the women and had a rape squad that helped him pick up women, but the average Gaddafi imagine doesn't believe it. Rape squads. I'm just picturing like full tactical gear, but instead of SWAT, it's just
Rape?
Like they're an armed unit, like deployed all throughout Libya.
Listen, I mean, I
For
think
the
we're,
finest of bitches.
I think we're allowed to criticize a dead, corrupt dictator, right?
Someone stabbed him in the ass with a fucking knife, and not just in the ass. I mean, like where he poops from with the knife.
Do you think it's because he stabbed someone else in the ass?
I don't. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised
In a
because
rapey kind of way.
I wouldn't be surprised at the people who suffered at the hand of Gaddafi who were tortured unjustly. However, when he tried to like hide in like a fucking like little like a sewer pipe thing, and that did not end well. And it was weird because up until then you would watch like Civil War footage and
did he just panic? Is that like
he went out rather quietly considering the circumstances. What was really weird about Libya is that like first of all the country's destabilized, and then you just see footage of like fighting and M60 machine guns in the back of fucking Toyota trucks and shit like that, and all sorts of ridiculousness, and you couldn't tell who was on whose side. It was like watching, when you like watch a real-time strategy game and you could zoom all the way into the ground floor and you could see things happening. It was like
he
that.
didn't get stabbed in the ass, he got stabbed up the ass.
Yes.
That's cool later. Which, I mean, I got that from the explanation, but it is an important distinction.
That's right, Kool-Aider.
Up the ass.
You
Which
see-
is fucking brutal.
It was a rather sordid affair, really. But when Libya was destabilized,
One of your phones is vibrating. That would be my phone, which is being used as the camera.
All right,
So whenever you hear a buzz, it's because that is my phone.
Hey, Kool-Aider, where were you during the exposition dump earlier, and where Monoxis's computer is like hot enough to now cook the fucking suckling pig?
Haynes is exaggerating, but yeah, my computer's overheating a lot in the last couple of days, so I have to change the thermal paste on the heatsink and possibly update some of the equipment. He was making his dinner of chicken nuggets. You said nuggets, those are nuggies, and I'm offended if they're not dinosaur-shaped.
And now you have driven yourself even slightly further away from challenging Monoxis to a wrestling match, so you have a chance of getting the good ending, Kool-Aider.
So repeat that sentence with nuggies, and make sure it says dino nuggies.
And then we'll overlook this nonsense, okay?
We won't. We'll leave it alone.
The aftermath is still a shit show. Libya is basically shattered into different warring factions. In summary, Libya is one of the worst examples of the Arab Spring gone wrong. AVH, of course, chimes in with his honorary PhD from the University of Azagard. Alright? So,
Speaking of my phone buzzing, chat, we're going to test something out real quick.
now hang on. Alright? So, ladies and jerks at home, Monoxis is walking behind the phone/camera, and he's going to be testing something out.
Here's
If
what we're gonna
something
do.
goes wrong,
If something goes wrong,
Alright?
we'll be back in like a minute.
Just hang on. Now, hopefully, yes, it is still going live, and evidently, Monoxis is doing things, and I have the 1.75 second delay of looking at the tiny screen over where Twitch chat is while he comes back on the phone. Okay, crisis averted.
I've got my D&D group asking me to do some stuff
All right.
because I got some new D&D stuff.
Really?
So Borderlands,
Yes.
they have a tabletop game.
Ah.
So this week I'm running the.
So now this jerk is going to be putting shooty guns into his dice rolling frantic 19s and 20s equal near closer to victory roll by roll.
So I'm running a Borderlands. It's called Bunkers and Badasses.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on the in-game D&D of Borderlands, but they made an actual tabletop version.
Oh, okay. So Fallout has to come full circle, and from Fallout 1 and 2, the tragic, the Gathering, collectible card game.
Let's jump 2 steps back. First of all, Fallout after 3 is for what's the word? I can't say it because it's offensive. It's a mean word for people who are gay.
Okay.
Right.
Well, can we put a pin on it first? 1 second.
But where Borderlands is equally bad, but funnier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Fallout is a shell of what it used to be. Borderlands is at least not taking itself seriously.
Okay.
Where Fallout takes itself seriously, but it's almost like a person showing up to a party in a clown outfit and being like, "I'm one of you, damn it!" No, you're a fucking clown.
Deal. All right.
Borderlands is, I think, perfectly encapsulated by the Psycho. Don't take it seriously.
You see, Monoxus has to turn this into the fucking McLaughlin group every time. You see? Every time.
Just saying. Fuck Fallout fans.
That's right, AVH Nuggy. AC, TG Music, Arab Spring Breakers by Harmony Court. Listen, wise ass, you pipe down, alright? Danger, I can't complain, how have you been? So Thupa chimes in with, I feel uncomfortable, red hair displeases me. So, everybody evidently is talking shit about Monoxus's hairstyle.
Yeah.
You have to take this up with him.
It's
right?
pink, by the way, not red. I don't know where we're getting red from.
Dare goes, I scalded myself with hot oil. I'll see y'all later. Alright, listen, Dare, please be safe. Have a good night. And
yeah, clean yourself up.
put the fire out, please. ACTG Music was failed step number 1. Cover yourself in oil. Listen.
Oh, no.
Listen. It depends on the kind of oil because not all oil is flammable. You got to get your mind out the gutter, ACTG Music.
Just to address the last two, like Borderlands stinky new character designs, though, are like lame. Borderlands 3 had a lot of lame shit in it. The thing that I like about Borderlands is the world it builds. You don't have to like the writing team or the last game. I like the idea of this post-apocalyptic shooty guns RPG world where it's like everyone is talking shit, cursing, and calling each other names. It's a tabletop game where you can actually be a piece of shit, and the game encourages it.
Touche.
Like, shoot the NPCs? That's encouraged. Curse and call everyone names? It's encouraged.
All right.
That's what the world is built upon.
Fair enough.
Be a piece of shit villain as the main character? It's encouraged. Because that's what the fucking Borderlands universe was always built on.
Hey kids, do you sit on the fence and play lawful evil characters? Then you should just play this game and go full on evil.
Yeah. So that's how it was like, oh, a tabletop RPG built in the world of like, hey, what is the main premise of this game? A bunch of fucking psychopaths come to a planet to murder people for money. They're the heroes. Cool. Let's play that game. Meanwhile, the main character is a dude who's like, you're all a bunch of psychopaths and I'm going to stop you. And then you stop him, who's like, I was just trying to stop the murderous psychopaths with guns from being in charge.
So in every run of the game, is there the villain?
I mean, I'm making my own story up, but I have like a guideline now. I have like tools to build a world.
But in this tabletop game,
In the world of Borderlands. Fantasy Borderlands.
there's a villain.
I made my own villain up. I'm not gonna use the fucking game villains.
No, but the fucking when you play the game, the tabletop version, you're giving these psychopaths something to fight. So ideally, like,
they got a villain.
Is there a DM or someone who gets chosen among the people who's playing?
I got a villain.
And they're the people who have to be the thing the game fights against.
I have a villain in mind.
Okay, VH, who will hydrate?
There might be people in chat who are playing the game with me, so I'm not going to spoil anything.
Okay.
But
all right, listen up, chat. You're gonna have to take it up with other people in chat who may or may not be watching.
I'll say this
on
much:
this.
if you played the Borderlands games at all, Handsome Jack is probably the coolest villain I've ever seen. Just from like he's a piece of shit who remains a piece of shit who stays a piece of shit who was right all along. Like, he's a villain where at the end you're like, fuck, he was right.
Watch Monoxus be the vice president of the Handsome Jack did nothing wrong fan club.
Based off of that, I was like, let's play into that.
So, Real quickly, Parzival chimes in with Monoxis got the Zoomer perm. Tupa goes, I like that dude that wants to be shot in the face.
Shooty McFace? He's the man.
Now the Zoomer perm is alright, but I like your natural locks. AC Gaming goes, just give me another Time Splitters game, alright? Listen, AC Gaming is the only man in chat who remembers the beauty of the
Thupa, if
Garrett
you want,
revolvers, alright?
Thupa, since you're not going to play it, message me on Twitter and I will link you the stats of the villain if you want. I have it made already.
This man,
just so we're
his high
clear,
talk, alright?
the character is made. Alright?
Why you gotta make him like that?
I'm just saying, you don't believe me, and I'm not getting called out. I will link you the actual villain stats. I have it on my Google Drive.
Luca chimes in with, not the crotch, not the chest, face, shoot him in the face. Alright, I get it. You people like this character.
Shooty McFace. The whole quest is to shoot him in the face.
Does he get what he wants at the end?
If you shoot him in the face,
What?
you could not shoot him in the face. Like Thupa said, not the crotch, not the chest. It also says, like, not the arm, not the leg, I think, because you can shoot him everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot him in the face.
Can you just leave him as a yodeling potato?
Yeah. But why would you do that to shoot him in the face? He just wants you to shoot him in the face. You gotta shoot him in the fucking face.
Do you get something if you don't?
No. The quest is to shoot Shooty McFace in the face.
He doesn't fight you back.
No. But if you shoot him in the face, you get a reward.
As you should.
Like experience. You level up.
Touche.
Because the quest is to shoot Shooty McFace in the face. Yeah.
Okay. Borderlands, the musical.
This man is so smooth, he knows exactly how to slide to my DM. See? That's up. Paint us a picture. What would a post-apocalyptic Queens look like? What unique legendary mutants would roam in the ruins of your society? Everyone would be dead. Because Queens is not self-sufficient at all. We would just die.
Well, now hang on. Post-apocalyptic Queens. Now, first of all,
What kind of post-apocalyptic?
what kind of apocalypse happened? If it's nuclear holocaust,
We're all dead.
then everyone's dead.
Because they're going to bomb Manhattan, and the radiation alone will kill
Is
everyone.
it the undead? Is it civil war? Is it law of the jungle? Society has failed us, which had came from after several years of America being a failed state, if not New York City.
In which case, the Bronx rules over everyone.
It ends up becoming, I suppose, like the most, well, not self-sustaining, but the safest.
There will be two factions in the society that has failed this option. It will be the gang of the police and police families, and those who side with the remaining police force, and then those who sided with the Bronx, who has the second most guns in New York City.
Most part.
And if you agree with those who would reside in the Bronx and can mesh with them, us not counting because we are too light-skinned, we would have to join Team Popo.
No, it depends, porque hablamos español.
No.
Por usted es posible.
You could communicate and act as translator,
This man is such a pessimist in the post-apocalyptic worldview.
because it will become a race war here.
That's why Kool-Aider had given us the fucking Puerto Rican flag, you see? It all comes full circle.
Civil war, hyperinflation. Well, then we just go back to it. Civil war is probably going to be either, if there's a real civil war in the country now, it's going to be like one of, let's see, so race is one of the obvious ones, like another race-based civil war.
Right.
Economic, which like never going to happen, but I can dream.
That can only happen if something crumbles or fails in a spectacular way, and it would have to be, quote, overnight, end quote.
Well, more likely than not, it'll be political.
Because, like, let's say the grid goes down in 3 days. Like, scalps from lawyers of like Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch are going to be on the grills of cars being driven on the wrong side of the road in Manhattan in broad daylight.
Let's be honest though.
Anyone who hasn't like re-upped on private security, which you've been speaking about for a while, by the way.
I've seen.
All right.
It's there. I've seen it.
If you haven't doubled up on PMCs and private security, well,
It's not extreme.
now you're on the waiting list.
But if there is going to be a civil war in this country, I don't think it's going to be race related, even though that's what the media wants it to be.
Mhm.
It's going to be politically driven, like red versus blue, which ultimately, I'm moderate. I feel like you're also pretty moderate, even though you do side more leniently, right? In my opinion,
Says him.
you would never be accepted by the Civil War left. Ever. Nor would I. To be fair. So, realistically, if there was a civil war, regardless of how I feel about my political stance,
And no matter what point he could make, no matter how coherent it is,
we would end up on the right. We would. Because the second I start to question whether or not something is or isn't what it says it is or isn't,
suddenly he's the worst thing in the history of anything ever.
having an opinion with this color skin, woo! That is not a left-leaning value nowadays. So, and sadly, even though you are technically a minority, you look like a person who can't have opinions.
Right.
So, we would fall on the right side of that spectrum.
Join the club. So,
I am also technically not white, thanks to my Jewish heritage.
however, right, because you're 25% by virtue of a grandmother.
Yes. So, technically both of us fall into the, like, I'm not white category, but based on the fact that we look white and we don't talk like a bunch of allies,
So herein lies the
we're
problem.
right-leaning.
So herein lies the problem, though. All right. So if there was, as he's predisposed to believe, a left, right.
Ex machina sounds racist. See, says the Chinaman.
If he's right, and it does turn into a class-based sort of uprising
1/16th opinion is possible for Manassas.
Look, Torquemada, you calm down, all right?
Yeah, but so like, if there was a civil war, it's going to be politically divided.
However, a lot of the Chomsky honks and the people on the left are not, like, let's say suddenly it turns into law of the jungles, not just outside of your apartment, but like
Everywhere.
How do you know the people who live downstairs from you aren't just going to wait until you're sleeping, kick the door open, and then just like get out you in your sleep and take your shit?
My steel door with 3 locks.
Okay, so there are people who would not be able to get on the jump because they're still holding on to their beliefs in the first 24 hours of the grid going down.
Yeah.
That are just cannon fodder in other people's lives.
And my stockpile of food and water.
Right.
Which I renew as I...
And people were laughing at my 55-gallon oil drums of grains.
Point is, if it were political... Well, we're at a weird disadvantage because people here would line us up with the enemy.
For real, though, you do need a fucking, like a first aid kit, realistically.
Yeah, I have one.
Not a doctor's bag, and if you do have a doctor's bag, good on you. That's not a very easy thing to find.
Just a good first aid kit. But you and I would both fall into the does not align with brainwashing.
Because imagine the grid goes down and you have all these, like, all cops are bastards, how do I put this? The kind of people that are chanting the same slogans that multinationals chant.
I'll do you one better.
And in the first 24 hours, it's going to be this, like, fracturing moment where they're all just going to... Like most people, like, the first time in their life, they see something on fire. They kind of catches them off guard and they're frozen in their place.
Yeah.
I mean, like, something grand on fire, like a building, or even if it's just like a car, still. If it's within walking distance and you see it, it does things.
How many people have walked by a burning car and been like, well, that's a burning car?
Right. So,
I have done it multiple times because I've seen more than one burning car.
So now there are people for the
And
first...
I know that cars don't explode like that. And I have to catch the train, and it's past the burning car. And someone else has already called 911. So thank you for being the one person who's slowing their day down to stop the burning car by calling 911, but the train's coming. And I'm going to take a picture of the burning car on the way by it, and then get my train.
Freedom intensifies.
Just to prove your point.
You see, ladies and jerks?
I have walked by multiple burning objects.
So some people have gone long enough in their life and where they've seen nothing catch on fire and nothing fall apart. So there will be no ensuing collapse, and honestly, it will be more like that poem, The Hollow Man by T.S. Eliot, where, I mean, we're already paying more for less, and it's just going to continue the slow motion erosion.
People also don't think about it, at least here in, like, New York. The largest demographic that's going to get hit by a civil war, hypothetically, is the impoverished, because they already rely on handouts from the government, and if there's a civil war, the government's going to stop giving a fuck about you.
But what about the Chomsky hunks that helped gentrify this city? I don't think they're going to fare out very well either.
No, but they have enough to survive for a while.
I don't believe all of them planned far enough.
No, but they can survive based off of what they have now.
Not all of that is immediately liquid if the
No,
grid
no.
goes down.
But they will survive longer than the impoverished with which they pretend to support, who will immediately have to fight for survival because there will no longer be assets available in the form of government handouts.
Touche.
And those people are the most dangerous because they have been given free reign of here, have food and resource and home, and then civil war, the government now has to pay money into combat. You don't get these things anymore. Your options are fight or starve.
Sociologist war game planning Monoxus is now explaining what happens if and when the grid goes down.
So those people are the most dangerous.
Now, who stands to benefit? All
Because
right?
those people also have nothing to lose.
But because eventually there's going to be some point where people just start playing king of the neighborhood, right? After this initial
People
wave
are already
of misery
doing that.
and suffering.
People are already doing that. It just
Right.
gets worse. Which is why I was like, you're going to have the Bronx versus the NYPD, essentially. And neighborhoods are going to faction up and decide whether or not they want to play ball with government or play ball with, like, rebels, essentially. Because let's face it, as much as New York is a blue state, the NYPD is not blue. It's not. The NYPD does not behave like a democratic system. It behaves like a very right-leaning, aggressive system. So this city will very clearly show its color and go very hard red in a civil war because the government is very
immediately.
red. And the people will be what's left of the blue. And you'll have to choose to support the city, which is red, or the people who are blue.
Although,
And anyone who thinks that New York is a blue state,
is funny.
no, we vote blue, we behave hyper red.
It is funny though how Monoxus is probably like imagining that in the Bronx, all of the beefs will come to a squash and the gangs will unite as one. I mean, like, before we got to some sort of Genghis Khan of the Bronx uniting all these people under one banner, there is going to be a lot of bloodshed and there will be power struggles and vacuums. So who is to stop the police who are already mobilized, can
There's
work
nothing
in
to
formation?
stop them.
Right.
Unless there is a mass resistance. And we're talking about Burroughsworth, which again, the Bronx. Brooklyn to a lesser extent. Brooklyn used to be strong, now Brooklyn is gentrified.
Oh, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn can supply the Bronx with the coffee they need to fight.
You know what's funny? When you think of like diversity in Brooklyn, you think of like 5 white people and a mixed race person and a bakery. And in Queens, when you think of diversity, you get off like, you know, at Roosevelt Avenue and you get catcalled in Spanish and all of the people off the boat don't look you in the eye. They all look like they're scared of you. And you end up like lost in Little Nepal through Little Italy to get through Little Pakistan to get back to 82nd Street.
I have to ask Haynes, because given my...
Brooklyn, you Shelbyville of a husk.
Given my hypothetical, right?
Ugh.
The state versus the people. Where do you fall? Personally, ideologically. Because I know where I fall.
Well, I'd really like to believe that in the end...
If you'd like, I could answer first just so you feel more comfortable.
Oh, no. In the end, I'd very much like to believe that if things deteriorated to the bitter end in where it is now like law of the jungle,
Place your bets,
everyone
chat.
has to defend. All right?
Where do we stand? The state versus the people. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but AVH is like, hey, dude, share some food with me, dude. Roving gangs of leftists foraging for food. Dumpster diving outside like a bakery that's been closed for 4 months.
Yeah, dude.
Look, in the long run, if everything breaks down, the state can't exert itself long enough because it will be stretched thin of resources, and eventually, like guerrilla tactics end up becoming used against the state. And where, as guerrilla warfare has taught us in history, you don't have to win; you just have to make the other side lose, give up, like, you know.
Yeah.
So eventually, the people will win. And I believe that America, built on egomaniacal, I don't want to pay no taxes, and to a degree you could stick it to the crown. And it is funny how America and Britain still is like a relationship after all these years. But that spirit of because this is just here in New York City. Imagine in like Kansas, like the state fails, or like the Midwest, the South, Florida will become its own independent, like fucking autonomous zone.
Yeah.
Texas will finally secede from the Union and become its own country.
What are you
Finally, and destiny will manifest.
We're talking about here. What would you do? What would you do?
No, it's got to be the people.
You're on Team People?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Team State.
Of course you'd be.
Yeah. Got him down.
Because
As soon as humanly possible, if you can.
Monoxis wants to be in full tactical and have his knee on someone's neck.
No,
That's what he wants to do.
I don't trust the people of New York City to run New York City.
So he's doing this under the guise of it's for their own good, right?
Have you seen New York City?
Yeah, it's not.
Have you seen the people who run things here?
There's a lot to scoff at.
Have you seen the people who are in charge of like services here, who like roll their eyes and scoff at you and feel like as if their degree in liberal arts is more important than like what it is?
Of course I do. We live here.
Have you seen the people who are a dime a dozen bachelor-holding business majors who earn their company nothing? Have you seen the CEOs who literally sit and drink coffee all day and make millions? Have you seen a city built upon the backs of people who earned and do nothing? Yeah, they need rule and law.
Stop giving him ideas. Eventually he's going to run unopposed in local politics. Because, reminder, people who
In fact, this city needs less of this city's people and more of other institutions' peoples. Because the city sucks and is run poorly by people who live here.
He's not wrong. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, like
in fact, I had someone hit me up recently who was like, "I'm gonna get fired from my job because I tried to do a thing at my job," and they were like, "Please stop! You're making life hard." And they were like, "Could you get me in at your place?" And I was like, "Why would I help you get in at my place when you suck at your job and you're making life hard? You are butting heads with people and going, 'Help me out! I need work.' No, you butt heads with people. You deserve to be homeless."
Imagine it's like...
Work harder and work with people.
Now, the only rule here is to not shit on the floor. And then, like, 11 hours later, he was like, "Hey, man, I need help." And he's like, "Did you shit on the floor?"
Yes, like, that's exactly what's happening. Work and do your job and stop butting heads. I butted heads. Can you help me find work somewhere else? Please stop. What is wrong with you? Yeah, so, no. I'm totally in the side of, like, New York City needs to have less of New York City.
Local politics is where the magic happens, okay? So a lot of people who end up in positions of powers in local politics run unopposed. So Queen Sexman, aka Monoxis, should run for public office because he's already charismatic and people are willing to follow him to the gates of hell just because he's probably fucked a third of their wives. And half their girlfriend's favorite position is behind their boyfriend's back. In conclusion, he can help bolster the local economy by killing off a third of the population.
At least a third.
Your words, no.
At least a third. You're lowballing.
All right. No, you have to win them over
A
first.
third's a safe estimate, and we're gonna do it with a potluck. And, it's gonna be random.
Do you think the Khmer Rouge ran on hard facts and figures? No. Vegans going down with it. That's right, Subtle Bodhi. Vegans in the first 24 hours are going to panic and freak out. And I hate to say this, but the vegans are not going to be in any fighting shape or capacity for just their downstairs neighbor to just be like, well, you're in the way of useful things that don't belong to you anymore.
Natty vegans.
Oh, you mean like 7 people in America?
No, like natty vegans.
Yeah, there are 7 natty vegans in America.
No, like natty vegans are normal vegans who are weak and...
Oh, I thought you meant natty vegans and like natty vegans and they were the strongest vegan gladiators ever.
I mean actual natty vegans, because then you have vegans who are these jacked, muscle-bound, I only eat plant matter and steroids. But I only eat fucking plants! And they're huge.
Watch me grate cheese on the abs.
Watch me eat lentils and celery and get huge! I'm not using HGH.
Make sure to use the basmati rice.
Yeah. So, actual natty vegans who have weak wrists.
They're going to eat it badly in the first 24 hours.
They're not going to eat anything. Because there won't be food in them.
Is HGH vegan?
No, dude, it's made from animals, humans.
Now hang on.
It's human growth hormone.
Hang on, Lopan. You're just gonna have to hold on.
It's made from animals. We're animals. You can't use HGH. Vegan police.
All right. I know you're trying to bridge the gap and try to get him in some legally snafu, but you have to calm your tits.
I'm right! HGH is an animal byproduct for animals.
No.
You can't fucking use HGH and then fucking be natty as a vegan.
So, Flank, buenas noches, thank you for chiming in. No, if state didn't help, there'd be less of them.
Doesn't matter.
Someone in my building just did it by signing up, but it's a synthetic.
Fake meat is not vegan because veganism is about morality and not logic. You're eating a meat product, synthetic or not.
Right, because vegans want nothing to do with meat in the first place.
They can eat false meats, like plant-based meats, but they can't eat synthetic meats that are made from animal cells, because it's still using animal byproducts. Vegetarians can eat that shit. Vegans can't. It's different.
Oh, by vegans, I think you mean people who suffer from orthorexia nervosa?
Yes.
That's right.
Vegans couldn't eat synthetic meat if they wanted to, because morally it's still wrong. Because you had to take that piece of cell from a living thing to make that byproduct.
Now, for just 10,000 Twitch channel points.
Hey! He said it.
Yes. Hey, Lopan, I'm just curious. Did you have 10,000 sitting in the bank, or were you waiting for it to go to like 9,950, 9,975, and then, I'm just curious.
I think it was sitting on it, and it
He
was
said
just
it always. This.
And it was just it was serendipitous that it was said, and we're on the topic of it. So now, of course,
And of course, it's right here. All right.
of course.
All right. So, ladies and jerks,
What time is it? 7 o'clock?
I implore you.
Sir, everyone in chat, I'm going to let Mr. Stained Haynes, lowercase.
All lowercase.
You can scooch if you want, just to censor yourself. Do your thing.
All right.
Read your shit post about those nutrient deficient, weak wrist having.
But now he's not going to be here for. Have you Googled any vegan recipes lately? Monoxis, and he's not going to be here. So what? I'm going to have to defer to you, chat.
You're gonna just have to answer your own question.
All right.
Well, I solved the lack of alcohol problem
Okay.
because you only brought 2 bottles of wine, which we
You mean juice, not wine. Juice. Yeah,
alcoholic
That's what we
grape
bought.
wine.
Yeah, that's what we bought.
Yeah, Twitch can ban me whenever they feel like it.
All right. So, Flank
See if
goes.
I care.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? Because he's going on this journey, I'm going to give you.
That's right. I'm going on a trip across the street.
All right. So please send
You
your
can thank Lopan for that.
please send your good thoughts to Monoxis and thank Lopan for this happening. Okay. So, ladies and jerks, are you settled in? I hope you have. I'm sweating like a priest at a Little League game. You're gonna have to excuse me. It's very humid outside because it had rained earlier. So, hopefully, hold on, I gotta scooch over. Hopefully, you're all tucked in. So, we're gonna be reading Orthorexia Nervosa. And I recommend that you get comfy. We're gonna be here for a while. Take a piss, just fucking check your phone. This is gonna be a while. So, in like 3 moments, I'm gonna get back to you. So, don't worry, we've got this. All right, just say the line already. Hey, you take that back, basement hiding in the shadows. All right. In accordance to basement, I'm just gonna say the line because he's not wrong. All right. Are you ready, kids? All right. Orthorexia nervosa is a fixation on righteous eating, first diagnosed by Colorado physician Dr. Stephen Bratman in 1997. The term is derived from the Greek word ortho, meaning straight and correct, and refers to a psychological syndrome where one's food choices grow progressively narrower over time under the auspices of health. When vegetarians learn there's an even more restrictive diet plan available, the way of the vegan, dietary products such as milk or cheese, subclasses of poultry products such as eggs, and refined bread ingredients involving yeast or white flour are summarily stricken from their diets as well. Interesting to note that before Monoxus had went on this journey, he spoke about how vegetarians can eat synthetic meat, but vegans cannot. This is very true. That's right, ADH. Dr. Stephen Bratman in 1997, straight out of Colorado. Nothing is allowed inside the body of a devout vegan which might be psychologically interpreted as a toxin to both the subject and their understanding of the environment. Their daily struggle to keep the poisons out and remain uncontaminated by the wrong food results in a total reliance on what other vegans are doing to keep themselves alive, since they're the only ones who can never be trusted. Like an oil painter who arbitrarily refuses to use yellow, a vegan diet is an attempt to gain control over at least one simple aspect of a person's otherwise ordinary life. A less is more aesthetic taken to conceited extremes. Extremes like vegan dog food, completely free of meat or animal derivatives, composed only of organic vegetation. Ingredients like soy, peas, carrots, and sunflower oils. Is there nothing more a dog loves than the wild, hearty grains of a rolled oat cake? And woe to the meat eater who tries dating a vegan even for a single evening. Dr. Bratman's treatise on orthorexia nervosa cautions that an excessive vegan lifestyle is socially restricting, eventually coming to rule a person's life to the point where all thoughts and activities revolve around what is and what isn't allowed. Where people with anorexia and bulimia focus on quantities, people with orthorexia focus obsessively on the psychological qualities, the purities of their food. Thank you, Annie. But a vegan pet is like a transgender 4-year-old. We all know who's making the lifestyle choices. So, we now fast forward to Act 3. The decision to become a vegan has perilous side effects, not the least of which are a near constant struggle to prepare meals which fool the body into thinking it's getting what it really wants. Of course, those who can afford to live with this disorder is proof that ethical consumption in a capitalist society is a privilege for a few and daunting for most. Because if you use their language against them, they get all silly. It's funny. It's funny to me. It's really funny to me, at least. These water-based meat bags force themselves to go through a great deal of labor and preparation to make their food taste more like meat, with weird-ass spices from around the world sprinkled atop exotic and mandatory sauces, curries, fungi, boca burgers, textured vegetable paste, tofurkey, and other processed blends of soy and gluten. Hey chat, Google any vegetarian recipes lately? Have you? I would like to know if you have. Monoxus is in here, so he can't provide me an immediate no. No flank? No tampage? Well, there's a lot of disgusting shit out there, friends. And if you thought fat people were ugly, take a goggle-eyed gander at vitamin-deficient vegans. The universal hallmarks of a long-term vegan diet, absent in proteins, are pallid gray skin.
You're not done yet?
Stringy straw-like hair, knobbled witchy fingers, knuckles, cracked lips, diminished muscle mass, protruding bones, yellow teeth, a smug sense of self-satisfaction, and enough Laguno peach fuzz to carpet the moon. We as a species evolved with canine teeth. no matter what corner of the earth we come from, and all the plant-eating hominids died out because their diet is contrary to nature. In January of 2006, a Miami jury convicted Lamoy and Joseph Anderson of felony child neglect for enforcing a strict diet of raw fruits, vegetables, and wheatgrass. Their youngest child died, and the baby weighed less than 7 pounds when she died of malnourishment, too weak to lift her head or to sit without help. In the last 3 days of her life, she could only roll back her eyes. The autopsy had reported that at the time of her death, the child had a grassy odor and a bloated, distended abdomen. Other children in the Anderson family never saw a doctor but received wheatgrass enemas in lieu of Western medicine and testified that they were taught that cooked foods were evil. Thank you. Shortly after children were removed from their home by
Don't
authorities...
thank me like I opened yours already.
Well, I thank you for bringing the beer.
Jerk off.
Listen at him, and he can't even take a compliment. He went on a journey, and I'm telling people not to trust the vitamin deficient ghouls out there.
Funny enough, Annie mentioned you're gonna like that.
You see, to quote Annie, I was vegan for 8 years as a child. It was like being raised in a cult. The ideology is psycho. Well, ladies and jerks,
Can I miss the brat?
you heard it here first. Now, hang on. We've got to get to the end of that.
I know. It's not done yet. I thought I could escape.
Shortly. Yes! Shortly after children were removed from their home by the authorities, they discovered a new love for tacos. The mother and father, meanwhile, in prison, were ordered to abandon their extreme diet and keep their children on meals approved by nutritionists while in prison. The Brep Ruckus is what you missed out on. It's not your fault.
Are you done? Is it over yet?
Oh, we're up to the last page. Don't worry, ladies and jerks. You see, he got here to the home stretch. So the next time someone tells you they don't eat meat, there might be a valid reason for it. It can be religious, or maybe a means to fight heart disease without medication, loaded with caveats and side effects. Hell, they might even be allergic to it, because those people exist.
Yeah. No, it's a thing.
They're meat, but they're allergic to eating meat.
They're allergic to the proteins.
Okay.
Enzymes are a thing.
If they bring up the environment, don't pity them. All right. A wise man once said, if you don't like the smell of burning meat, then get the fuck off the planet. All right. Righteous eating and the need to proselytize that shit is just one of countless surrogate activities people can undertake with their lives, their time, their money, and souls to avoid dealing with real problems in the here and now. You know who else was a vegetarian?
John Lennon.
Probably.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Is he wrong? Okay. Someone in chat, can you confirm if John Lennon was a vegetarian or not?
We know Hitler was.
Look, Tampage, we know Hitler clearly was a vegetarian, and he was no fan to speed either, alright? Hey, fun fact. Remember that Olympic Games where like Jesse Owens was like the greatest like modern Olympic athlete because he did a bunch of things.
Alright, I got a question for
And
you.
then no one shook his hand, and then Hitler was all like, I'm on speed. And he's like, hey, Jesse,
I got a question
it
for you.
happened.
So you're at the counter at the supermarket, right? Hypothetically, you're at the counter at the supermarket and you're buying a case of beer. The beer may be festive Budweisers, right? That's hypothetical. You definitely didn't do that today.
In the Day of the Feet server, I might be doing this.
I know the guy, right? So there's this guy.
Is he an employee? Is he just some guy?
No, he's a guy in front of you waiting in line, right?
Are you standing behind this guy?
You're standing behind this guy, right? And this
Right.
guy he's next in line, right? And you're playing the what is he buying that for game, right? In your head. And from behind, you're like, this dude's gay. Now, I'm not going to say why. And I'm going to let chat mark me as a bigot for it, but trust me, like,
Was it coconut oil? Was it Astroglide? What was it? Was he buying protection?
No, it was the features of his outfit combined with all of the accessories he's had and his boyfriend. If I want chat to paint me as a villain.
Okay.
So, man in front of me is buying a big jar of mayonnaise.
Well, I'd like to think the presence of a boyfriend kind of marks this up pretty quickly.
Right, but if I
doesn't it?
just say he's gay, chat goes, "You're a bigot." Maybe not our chat, but our chat. "You're a bigot." Trust me, he's gay. How do you know? His boyfriend.
Watch YouTube chat be all up in Monoxis's grill, and then Twitch chat is going to be
that's what I'm
like...
betting on, is the person who's listening in and they're like, "Bigot!" And I'm like, his boyfriend. So, you know, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's obvious. Point is, big jar of mayonnaise, paper towels, small pint of ice cream.
Alright, that raises more questions than answers.
That's all they were buying.
A big jar of mayonnaise.
Biggest you can get. Mayo. Paper towels, small pint of ice cream.
I want to imagine that there is a 1 out of 500 chance that they have a lot of Italian bread and cold cuts and lettuce and tomato and onion.
No, those are
to
just...
use that tomato for.
Those
and
are...
the remaining 499 instances this happens.
Those are just the necessities for tonight. A small pint of ice cream between the two of them. Not like a regular like Ben & Jerry's, like the small ones you can get, like the teeny tiny ones, right? Little tiny ice cream, like the ones that very small, they fit into things, right?
Monoxis, detective for the Vice and Virtue Squad.
Big old mayo! And some paper towels. Single roll paper towels. Single roll.
So for the easy, quick cleanup of when you get bodily fluids everywhere. Alright.
I didn't say that. But I'm glad that you saw that. You hear that description of what I'm telling you and you're like, yeah.
Because why else would you need such... Listen, chat.
Now, I'm not judging. I'm just saying I saw that in front of me and was like...
To get here, ladies and jerks, Monoxis had to fucking cross that river.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So...
It's like when I show up at the CVS and they see me with, like, zip ties, condoms, some chips, one beer. And they sell wooden dowels in the arts and crafts section. They break really easily, like a whole pack of those.
One beer. What brand? What brand?
Miller High Life. One Miller High Life, a bag of chips for the ride there. Condoms, zip ties, and dowels that break easily.
Yep. It's Miller time.
You know what's going on. You know what that night looks like.
Lopan goes, good thing this is just hypothetical and didn't actually happen.
Yeah, no.
Listen,
yeah.
all sorts of things happen on Day of Defeat servers, Minecraft, TF2 solo servers.
We're just talking hypothetical.
All sorts of things.
Didn't happen at all.
Holler be like me and the boys don't fuck with blacks, we only fuck with fetty meanies. It should be noted though that like no one on the American team wanted to touch Jesse Owens, and like, you know, Hortler, in his methed out wisdom decided like, hey, he beat our best, I have to shake his hand, right? And it happened.
Was Hitler actually like a meth addict?
Yes, he really liked speed. I mean, not like the speed in the way you imagine in like Breaking Bad and like bikers doing it under their tongue on the end of a big knife and, you know, dudes getting lit up at 2 in the morning in New Mexico.
So purely from a partying and drug stance, I could, in theory, say Hitler was based.
From taking uppers and stimulants, yes.
Okay. Just so we're clear, so again, if someone tries to cancel me on the internet, Hitler was based from a purely party drug...
Thoughtler? Alright, listen, Frank, you're getting a little out of line.
Purely from a party drug standpoint.
Frank Horrigan Jr. If anyone knows who Frank Horrigan is in Twitch chat, then like you win 20 bonus points.
So I'm not wrong.
20 bonus points, all right?
He's not.
And no bonus points to anyone who just right-click, open tab Frank Horrigan. It's not fair. You don't win it.
I'm glad I didn't mention my dumbass Borderlands stuff because like 3 of the people that popped in chat tonight are going to be playing that fucking Borderlands campaign this week, and I was going to talk about fucking boss fights and shit. I will say this though, and like you might think this is like fun. So in order to build like thematic quests that have funny names, all of the quest chains are a play on words of a song. All of them.
Okay.
So like that's the running theme.
Look at this guy doing research. Shh.
No, there's all song names.
So real,
Like the
look, the Weird Al of D&D.
like the quest that involves you killing a dragon is like a dungeon's dragon. See what I'm saying? The quest that involves killing dark dwarves is called Hi Ho.
Val, why don't you hire him?
Alright, so like the fucking dwarves, right?
So
The one that involves tree ants is called Don't Sit Under That Aloe Tree.
are you fucking kidding me? Of course.
They're all song based. Oh, the one in the tundra is called Do You Want to Kill a Snowman?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
They're all song based,
It's incredible.
right? I have a whole list. I basically took all the monsters in the Borderlands like monster manual and was just like, all right, how do I make this a song and then thematically make it fun?
All right. He's won me over, and I've never even played this game. All right.
In fact, it started with Do You Want to Kill a Snowman? And I was like, everything's song based.
So real quickly, yes,
Eatler is a classic.
Jeez, you did miss the Bratman. I'm very sorry. All right, Tampons. AVH goes, feel free to give us some vegan insights, and then he goes, it's just a restrictive diet where the people in your community morally police you if you step out of line. I was always hungry and always dizzy. It wasn't... No, LOL. Are you fucking crazy, lady? LOL. Fucking, it wasn't healthy. Obviously affected me developmentally, too. Well, you know what? If you could laugh through the fucking gallows of having your body work against you, then you know what? I can't take that against you. Because seriously, like, it is the only acceptable eating disorder in the history of anything ever.
Yeah,
all right?
there's a lull in there. That's not funny.
That's... Listen,
Once upon a time, I was on like a suicide bender, and I was going to throw myself off a bridge or into incoming traffic. I once cut myself so deep I went into the hospital. Whoa, it was kind of fun.
Like, you don't... Like, so one of you out there, as you're waiting...
I used to have a drinking problem to the point where I blacked out weekly and went into fits where I yelled at people, spit at them, and tried to fight my best friends. Lol, I was such a character.
It's not your fault. We've all been on the giving and receiving ends of like, hey, you're waiting for the light to turn from like don't walk to walk.
Just saying, not funny.
There's a truck that's coming by as fast as it can, and now comes the circus music of if I cartwheel into it, it's over. And then you have to deal with that for 2.5 weeks at a time.
Chocolate milk. Listen, the whole chocolate milk thing happened once, and no one has let that shit go. One time I drank chocolate milk and had a seizure. One time. I have since drank chocolate milk, but it seems it cannot counteract the one time it did happen, compared to the dozens of times since where I'm like, chocolate milk? Look, I can drink it. Chocolate milk.
It's very kryptonite. And watch, people who sleep on Monoxis are going to try to come with him with chocolate milk, like, you know.
No, I have...
Roundabout kryptonite
I have,
attempts at assassination.
I have people who think they're cute and their brain no work good, so they think that one instance is more important than 20 instances.
Well, like, listen.
In fact, I'll drink a fucking carton of chocolate milk on stream to prove a point.
Well,
just to shut the fucking people up and saying, chocolate milk.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if Annie was a dude, we'd be busting her balls, but she's not. So I can't say that we're busting her ovaries. But the LOL, your brass ovaries, and thank you for sharing, but the fucking LOL, you know what? The LOL is the most telling thing because, listen, Monoxis and I were discussing earlier before the fucking stream that, like, you know how some people say, like, time heals all wounds? Well, like, fucking first of all, I'm waiting on that to happen on more than a couple. Second of all, as time passes, you get more wounds, so now you have to pick one or the other. And sure,
I thought I would have won you over my scar tissue argument.
Right, but no, but scar tissue is stronger than regular tissue, and sometimes all we could do is realize your strength and move on.
Time does heal all wounds, and it leaves a scar behind. And sometimes someone's like, hey, how's the girlfriend? And you're like, I broke up with her 2 years ago, thanks for reminding me. Or like, how's your mom doing? Well, she's dead.
And it's not that person's fault because it's been like 3 years since like that person has seen you, so their frame of reference is not, and you can't hold things.
How's the
against people.
job? I was fired.
How's the job? I switched because it made me feel bleak and empty.
Yeah. So time does heal the wound. It doesn't heal it fully. It leaves a reminder that once upon a time...
Time heals all wounds.
It does, though. The same way that time heals actual wounds and leaves tissue behind that you can see. You know, the same way when you break a bone, it never fully heals properly. You lose mobility. Sure, you can use the digit, but is it ever 100%? No. No wound, no deep wound anyway, heals 100%. It's not how the body works. You take permanent injuries every time you hurt yourself.
You heard it here first from a personal trainer. Not a doctor.
Not a doctor.
All right.
I wasn't EMT, though.
Listen, he's seen things most of you would have to pay to read in a literary journal. You didn't hear
I
it.
held a woman's head together once while they stitched her shut. It was awesome. True story.
Listen.
She was fucking gone, too. She was just, like, yelling. I mean, her head was cracked open, so...
Pobrecita, what was she on?
Getting hit in the head. I think. I don't know. I was in training, and they were just like, hold her head shut. I was like, all right.
Yeah, like on his second day shadowing actual paramedics.
First day. This woman comes in bleeding. Her head is cracked. They're like, hold her, and I'm like, okay. And they're like, yo, pressure, like hold, and I'm like, all right. And there's just like blood pouring down my hands, and they're just like trying to stitch. And she's like yelling shit in Chinese, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening. You know, they stitch her and they fucking give her like, she nods off, and I'm just like, she's gonna be right. Like, yeah, she's fine, but like, apparently someone like.
And shattered everything?
Like, with the flesh at least, because there was no, like, bone cracking, but, like, the skull, like, tissue was just open and, like... No brain exposed. At Minoxus, worst and best client story as a personal trainer.
And
okay.
also, what Minoxus is so racist that he cannot drink chocolate milk? I'm not quite sure. If the age, you're going to have to let him answer that.
Okay, so because of, like, client privilege, I'm not going to give, like, super hyper details. Best client.
Where? ¿Dónde está?
¿Dónde está what? The red soda?
I have no... Hey, there's green, too.
It's festive soda. Okay, worst and best clients. We're going to go with... I'm going to, like, remove my bias from not liking old people. I hate working with old people, just so we're clear.
Minoxus is going to wage a war on the elderly.
No, I know that they need the help, and I know how to help them. I get so fucking bored with elderly clients, and it's not their fault. It's me. I'm impatient. I want to move and do stuff, and it's like it's so fucking boring. So I'm not going to include that.
So before we get to the Minoxus venting his week in, week out, we would like to remind you all that here at twitch.tv/Minoxus, we have technical difficulties. We wanted to give you Dungeons of Dreadmore, but instead go to youtube.com/718TV and hit subscribe. So because now that we're past 1,000, the next time we stream, we'll be on the...
They're not the worst, they're just boring.
Well, will you two stop picking on the fucking elderly for 10 seconds?
I'm clarifying because you said they're the worst. They're not. They're actually quite fun to work with depending on the client. Like, all my elderly clients are mad fun to hang out with. And if I was just hanging out with them, would be good. It's just that I like to make people work when I train, and they can't work. So I'm like, pick your arms up over your head. Great! Good fucking job doing this. You know what I mean? It's just boring for me. Worst client. So I got this lady once, right? So she comes in, and the club I'm at doesn't know what to do with her because she's like, I want a session with a trainer. And they're like, you free? So I'm like, all right, yeah, cool. I'm free. Like, give me whatever. It came out of nowhere. She's from another fucking club. She's at our club now.
Right.
Trainer. Cool. I need her. I'm like, all right, so you're new for me. And to me, I'm like, this is a new client.
Mm-hmm.
I have to build rapport with her. I have to learn her mechanics.
Right.
I have to do some assessments to see how she moves. We're not doing any of that. She's just like, no, we're doing the routine that my other trainer gave me. And I'm like, you have another trainer. Yeah, I'm only here for a session because my friend goes to this club and I'm meeting them after the session. So we're just going to do what I want to do, and you're just going to like follow me around the club. So I basically chaperoned a lady around the club for the day and let her vent her work frustrations while she just worked out.
What line of work was she in?
Doesn't matter, I'm not going to explain that. Let's just go with when I was like, hey, you should be doing this movement and this exercise because you're like, I saw her routine was like, you're lacking this pattern of movement and you're not hitting this muscle. She was like, oh no, I stopped working that specific area of my body because it got big enough for my previous trainer that I can't fit into my clothes. And I was like, that's not a bad problem to have. And she was like, no, but all my clothes cost like thousands of dollars and are custom fit and I can't not fit in my clothes. So is that kind of person.
Oh boy.
And all she wanted was someone to follow her and listen to her bitch about work. Worst client. Best client, my homie who's a power lifter who knows what he's doing and just wants me to yell at him and be like, you're doing that wrong. And the dude puts up like 4 plates on the like squat and deadlift. And I'm just like, fix your feet, change this, go. And then like hard pulls like 400 or 500 pounds, and I'm like, that was good, do it again. Let's rest. Let's talk about Pokemon. Did you watch that new like episode? Did you watch that show I told you to watch? Cool. How about that movie? Great. Fucking pull it again. Heavy doubles. Sick. Your feet were off.
Because he wants you to succeed as much as you want you to succeed. And hopefully, Monoxus does not have a higher sense of opinion that you have of yourself.
But that's two ends of the spectrum. There's like the person who knows what they're doing but is tedious to work with because they don't listen and they just want to do what they're doing. And then there's the dude who knows what he's doing and I can give him minor criticisms, but I'm just basically there to like help him.
So you are Doc Lewis on the bike and they are Little Mac.
And I was like, alright, you're doing 4.5 plate? Cool, you're going for a heavy double. Get in position, nah, shift your feet a little bit, alright, go. Bang, one more, bang, great. Chill the fuck out, drink some water. So, how are you doing in Pokemon? What are you catching recently? You want to trade? Like,
what do you got in stock?
and all it was just like, all right, I know you know what you're doing, but like, you just need someone to watch you. He's like, how was that? And I'm like, good. And then like, he'll do fucking squats and he'll like bang out like a fucking 4.5, and I'm like, you were slow on that shit. Do it faster next time. Because he was pro once, and he hurt himself, and now he's getting back into it. So he just needs someone to be like, bang, bang, heavy double squat. It's like, was that at the right pace? And I'm like, first one was, second one was slow. Speed it up. Or like, you shifted, don't do that. What was that shift? And most of the time, he's like, I noticed. Like, he notices all of it before I do as well, but he just wants someone who's like, you noticed that, right? Yeah, what happened? Why?
He wants to make sure you correlate with him, not second guessing himself.
He lifts better with a crowd.
Okay.
And a trainer for him is just someone to be like, you got this, go! Because by himself it's boring. Technically, there's no lady, like, she would be my second pick.
Boo!
She would be my second pick. She came in.
With a crowd, you should lift for yourself.
College rower and runner, had knee issues. Her knee issue stemmed up to her hip. And yes. And she had shoulder rounding.
She have green eyes?
No. We worked on the shoulder rounding, so now she has
She have brown eyes?
No.
She has blue eyes?
Yes.
Oh my sweet Jesus.
Now her shoulder rounding is backed up. Her lats are fucking jacked because we did a bunch of lat work. She can do push-ups, which she couldn't do initially. She no longer bends the left knee in.
But she's in a wheelchair.
No, her running gait is phenomenal. She can deadlift and squat her body weight. Like, she started off with a bunch of micro issues and no strength, and she was like, I want strength and fix these problems. She's chill as fuck. We fixed all of her mechanical issues, and she got all of her strength goals. Like, she's just the perfect candidate for training, where she does everything she's supposed to. She does that shit exactly how I explain it, and I can, like, do micro things with her, and she picks it up.
On the first try.
Like, not the first try, but she responds well. Where some people, I'm like, you're shifting this way. Activate this muscle and this one, and don't. And I do the wrong again, and I'm like, I just fucking told you engage this. They do like the muscle engagement, and I'm like, do that, but during the movement, and they don't. And I'm like, what the fuck is the problem? And I don't like even like so you're sitting here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lats,
Yes.
engagement. All right, that's lat engagement.
Right.
You see how when you did that, your shoulders went back?
Yes.
All right, now imagine if I'm like, you're doing a lift. Now relax. You go back to that slouch, and I'm like, lats. All right, so after like 2 or 3 sessions, I shouldn't have to tell you to engage your lats.
When you do that thing.
When you do it all the time.
Ah.
You round your shoulders, your lat should always be engaged. It'll help you with your posture. And then I'll see people for like months, and I'm like, why are you still doing this? Remember when I taught you to engage your lats?
He never stops, ladies and jerks.
Like, remember when I told you to engage your lats and put your shoulders back? Yeah, why did you stop doing it?
All right.
Remember when I said do it forever? Remember when I was like, oh, you hanging out with your friends and you're hanging out and having a drink at a bar and you're doing this? And I'm like, engage your lats and back your shoulders up. Yeah, why aren't you doing that? With her, it was like, you're on your shoulders, engage your lats? What does that mean? And I was like, lats. And she was like, okay. And I'm like, now put your shoulders down. And I'm like, I want you to have that posture forever. And then sometimes she'll come in and we're training and I'm like, lats. She's like, oh shit. And then after a while, she would come in and I'd see her like going into a movement and she would stop and go, wait, lats, shoulders back. And I'm like, you listen.
And now it's imprinted.
And now she comes in and she has perfect fucking posture and her knees don't bend out. Like she's fucking ripped. And I was like, because you fucking listen. You do what I tell you to do. You don't just show up and be like, I'm going to do it when I'm here. And then I'm like, and when you go home,
I'm going to bitch about being an A-movie actress.
no, I'm going to go home and be like, I have a personal trainer and I can just fucking sit like a potato. No, you can't. Because all the work we do for 1 hour can be reversed by fucking 72 hours of not being at the gym doing this.
So, ladies and jerks.
1 hour of this does not fix 73 hours of this.
Hang on. Twitch chat is all chimed in with, how's the arm? Got amputated. Danger. You have no idea. All right, so Twitch chat either died on the computer or...
No, the computers went to sleep.
Okay. For a second, I thought it just exploded.
No. You would have heard that. It just went to sleep. We're fine.
Sweet Jesus. Others had chimed in. And I was worried that his computer, which is hot enough to fucking flash fry a yak in 20 seconds.
It's exaggerating, but yeah, it's overheating.
Listen, it started off as making oatmeal, and now we're making fried yak. Sorry you had to hear it from me first, folks.
Come on, wake up. There you go.
Alright. Hopefully...
No, it's doing that sound again.
You hear that, ladies and jerks?
No, they can't. There you go.
Damn it. So... AVDH goes, she wants the D. Maybe.
Oh, but that
AVDH...
chick, oh my god, she's fucking slamming. And I met her boyfriend. Like, the first time I met her boyfriend. And
Because he wanted to make sure he marked this territory like a wolf with piss.
Oh no, they both just came in to train. And then like he was okay. And I was like, my goal is A, to get her ripped the way she wanted to and to get her moving better.
And 2, to hit them sugar walls like a fucking wrecking ball.
No, and 2, to get her lifting on par with her boyfriend so she could laugh at him and be like, my trainer made me lift as much as you do. We did both of those. To the point where she was like...
Monoxis is more of a you could uncurl your own toes kind of guy.
But even the boyfriend like had to, cause like, he comes in like separately with another person. He had to ferry the message through her, where she was like, "All right, we hit all of like the toning goals," and she was like, "My boyfriend thanks you," and I'm like, "That's what's up." I like that. I like the boyfriend's like, "Yo, she looks mad good. Thank your trainer," and I was like, "That's right. I made you look slamming. I made you look good." I also train a stripper.
Monoxis is going to
And she
move.
shows up wearing nothing.
Monoxis is going to move to LA and become the most sordid personal trainer of all time.
She's also mad fun to train. She's just chill.
What nationality is she?
I don't know. Definitely Hispanic. I don't know what kind though.
Ah, okay.
But she shows up wearing like baggy shirts that like hang down to like here, and they hang out. So whenever she does anything, you just like see everything. And then she'll wear like a skirt and no undies.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, you do know we're doing like dynamic, and she's like, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
And like other trainers are like, bro, does she do that? And I'm like, on purpose, yeah, because she's going like over to this, like, cause like there's like a club nearby, like she's going right here after that, and she's like, I don't give a fuck, and I'm like, no.
Monoxus speaks to the people, ladies and jerks.
It's awesome.
So, this is Noah. Listen, you have joined in to twitch.tv/Monoxus, where his computer is now warm enough to power the Vegas Strip for 2 weeks.
No, it's fine. Right now, it's not overheating. It overheated once, and I have to fix it. But we're also not risking it because stupid things are making my computer overheat. So
That being said, all right, earlier,
and I'm talking about working as a personal trainer currently.
we were playing Dungeons of Dreadmore, and then he was going to learn pyromancy to make me look bad and beat the game under an hour. And now he's talking about being the personal trainer to a stripper who does not care, wearing nothing under nothing in the form of baggy hoodie, sweater, and a skirt.
What about skinny nerds? Get any of those much asking for a skinny nerd? I do. Your lost causes. That's it.
I'm sorry, skinny nerds, but you're not going to make it.
No, you need... Depends on how mobile you are. Most people need to start with mobility training, realistically. If you're mobile and you can stabilize yourself, great. You need endurance training after that, and then you can figure out what kind of strength training you want to do. So, like, are you trying to get jacked? Are you trying to pick up heavy stuff? Or are you trying to perform athletically? That's like, ultimately, those are your three. Like, if there was like a branching path of what the human body can do, it's like pick up heavy shit, look aesthetically pleasing, or perform well physically. So pick the tree you want to be in, because you can do a mix of them, but you should pick one. But start with some stability training. Hypertrophy is your friend, so high rep, moderate weight. But endurance is the first thing you want to work on after stability.
All right.
But make sure you're getting adequate protein. Calories are your friend, skinny people. Stop being scared of getting fat.
Listen, scrawny thupa thebra type nerds, you need to eat proteins so you can lift the weights over your head, and when you're on the bench, and when you're in the squat rack, and then you can feel not as bad as people who do not understand what they're doing to tear the muscle and make it stronger as it grows in the time of rest. Right?
Yeah, part of bulking up is eating more calories than your body wants. So you're not just full the time, you're eating while you're full. Like, losing weight is significantly easier than gaining weight when you're doing it actively. Because losing weight is just a matter of, like, you have the self-control to just not eat something.
Not everyone has that self-control, though.
Right, but it's easier to build that self-control to just not eat.
Look at the Spartan
Because
being like, I'm doing Spartan things, and Spartan things are easy. And then non-Spartan people are like, I'm going to try the Spartan thing, and fucking fail 2 days into it, alright?
You can fill your stomach with water, and you won't have to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what you can't do when you're trying to gain weight?
What?
Fill your stomach with water. You have to fill it with calories. And you already have the calories you ate 2 hours ago, and you have to put more in there. So, losing weight, drink more water.
Why 2 hours ago?
Because technically, if you're trying to gain weight, you're eating every 3 hours. Like, on the hour, 3 hours.
Really?
Because most people eat every 6 hours.
Yes.
On a regular time scale, 5 to 6 hours, 3 meals a day. Or they eat smaller meals and they eat snacks in between. The average human needs 2,000 to 2,500 calories, right?
Okay, so wait, can we put a pin on this for a second?
Sure.
The average human.
Yes.
Okay.
Needs 2 to 2,500 calories.
What if you're 6 feet tall and you have broad shoulders? You might need more.
You probably need 2,500. That's why I said average. Because
Okay.
even though you're taller, you still.
But
have
what
a
if you are 6'5" and you have broad
2,500
shoulders.
probably.
That's bullshit, but I believe it.
2,500
Okay.
is the upside of what humans need to maintain their body weight. Maintain it. To gain, you need at least 500 over. It's like 3,000 calories.
Oh, so like if you fucking bulked up at 400, that wouldn't work?
It would just be slower. But 500 calories is like a whole meal. So you're eating, so on top of multiple meals and snacks, you're eating a whole extra meal to gain weight.
By virtue of super strong, huge, tough Lord muscle.
Yes. So like my maintenance calories are like 2,800 right now. To gain weight, I have to eat like 3,300 calories plus. So I have to eat 6 meals a day plus snacks to gain weight.
To gain weight?
To gain weight.
Really?
To gain mass. Because I weigh 40 pounds over my height maintenance. I'm 175 pounds. My maintenance weight is 135.
So according
I'm
to
40 pounds overweight.
So according to the BMI,
yeah.
Monoxis is 40 pounds overweight.
Yeah.
Now hang on. Thupa goes, I didn't want actual advice. I wanted a shirts quote, and I got it. Skinny nerds are a lost cause.
I have no problem with like a picture of Thupa. Like we get rid of respect Thoops, and it's that same picture, but it says lost cause.
Okay. You know what I could do? I could just fucking put the ink and the paint over Thupa and just put fucking magic marker. Lost.
No, just get rid of respect Thoops and put lost cause. Or skinny nerd.
You're gonna have to take it up with him, Thupa, okay? I do want to send out some Respect Thoops shirts if and when I do have
No, we'll do the respect Thoops, but I would love a skinny nerd shirt and just a picture.
You already responded.
I know. A picture of Thoop.
I'll do you one better tomorrow, macaque.
A picture of Thoop, but it says skinny nerd.
Imagine there are like super huge tough floors like and like with the shirt that says skinny nerd.
And it's like Thoopa.
And it's just him like this, like
yeah.
This fucking lazy ass man picture. All right,
the skinny nerd shirt.
Just lost cause.
Skinny nerd lost cause. Your choice.
All right,
that's awesome. I love it.
By the way, we're gonna keep the graphic in the middle. I'm just gonna put in magic markers skinny nerd or lost cause.
Yeah. You'll get it tomorrow. All right.
All right, deal. I have ideas. All right.
I'm also available for virtual personal training sessions for anybody who's trying to get jacked from a long time and long distance away.
So if you are sitting...
But I'm charging you like $60 American per hour of my time wasted.
Because for that...
Trying to get you skinny nerds into shape.
For that 1 hour, he's going to be doing burpees and jumping jacks and push-ups.
No, they are.
So he can keep you motivated.
I'm not doing shit.
Not until we do another gaming stream.
No, part of training is I don't do shit.
We're going to do another gaming stream.
If anything, I'll green screen videos of me lifting behind me while I tell you what to do, so you can see, like, this is what you're supposed to be doing.
Deal. All right.
While I sit there and be like, all right, do it better. Your form sucks.
Always
to be fair,
branding.
The first thing is always postural stuff.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Everyone's got postural problems. Everyone.
Including you?
Yes.
Really?
My neck, well, recently I've been working on it, so, like, I'm in the process of fixing my, like, 5th of 5, essentially. I'm, like, at the end of my postural fixes. My neck tilts forward slightly. It's better now. Like, I'm sitting with my back more. I used to have a shoulder shift where my right was higher, so I don't have that anymore.
Right.
My right subscapular muscle was back more.
Do you still have a Sasquatch gait?
No, not anymore, yeah. I actually fixed what caused that.
Because once upon a time, people used to be like, I could tell it's you in a crowd by the way you walk like a Sasquatch.
I actually fixed the things that caused that. Which is a postural problem.
He killed what made him him!
Now, when you see me, I have a tall upper back and my hips don't sway. and my head doesn't lean forward.
Can we get an F in the chat for the
Like,
Sasquatch
I can
walk?
see just by looking at you, your shoulder's round and your left shoulder is higher than your right.
This man is psychic.
You can't F chat. No, you can, I guess. Well, here, I got you. You don't have to click. We're already there.
All right.
But you round your shoulders. Your left shoulder is higher. And your...
But it's on a table.
Doesn't matter. Your left shoulder is higher. Like,
You
put your
see
arm down.
that? Okay, so I put my arm down.
Your left shoulder is slightly higher. Your neck turns and leans to the right. And you're slightly jutted forward.
But I'm looking at you.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
This is your natural state.
Do you
So-
see that, ladies and jerks?
Activate your lats.
Okay, so activate my lats.
And tilt your head back slightly.
So I tilt my head back slightly and activate my lats.
There you go.
And this is what
And
he
now
taught
when
me.
you have your lats activated, your right side's higher. So lower the right side.
So I don't. How am I doing this?
I mean, like, it's hard to. So you're gonna. So lats are back,
So my lats are back.
head's back, and you're just going to tilt this way.
Look at him.
Very micro.
Look at him trying to customize character select me.
But if you just keep them lats back and your neck back, you'll have a higher posture.
Okay. So
Now do that forever, like Flake said.
forever. Now do that forever. God damn it.
Now stand like a person.
I'm fine.
Forever.
I'm going to try it to the best of.
So every time,
I'm not going to try.
every time you're just like sitting, be like, wait, lats and lats, shoulders down. So in fact, don't even activate your lats. Just sit normal, shoulders down.
Shoulders down. Okay, but shoulders down.
Shoulders down, lats.
Lats.
So when you do shoulders down, you'll do that rotation back. When you do lats, your
So-
shoulders go back in reverse.
So
So shoulders, lats, head back.
head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Except it's lats, shoulders, head. And now you have proper posture.
Which
And you're gonna feel tension here. Because your
Right.
body is so your back is so overstretched that these muscles are like, wait, we're not supposed to be back here.
lats.
Lat activation. So
Ladies and jerks.
lat activation and pec stretches. So like take your hand, right?
Right.
And put your thumb in line with your armpit, right?
Uh-huh.
And then take 3 fingers and dig it into your pec.
Okay.
And then tilt your arm up and you'll feel that flex.
Okay.
Now massage that muscle. That is a tight muscle that is pulling your shoulders forward.
Okay.
So keep that loose.
This man is trying to help me stand tall.
So you loosen up this muscle here,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you're standing posturally, you do lat activation to keep those shoulders back.
So then, under normal circumstances, it should be lats.
yeah.
No, don't worry, Kool-Aid. There are no lumps.
No, see, that would be here, not here. Different exam. See? Different shit.
Look at him, no stranger to the fucking Gravity McTitty McGee. Like lump examination.
Lump. Lat, or pectoral muscle.
Now do that forever.
Yeah.
He's gonna try, alright? Well, I have to
The
try.
head-
He's doing this by default.
The head back is the hardest part. Because everyone doesn't think about it, but their head like shifts forward. And so technically your head weighs like 7 to 10 pounds. When you tilt forward, it puts double the weight on your neck, and it causes issues in your neck.
Oh.
So you have to keep your head back. And everyone does that shit.
Looking at you, everyone in chat right now.
I have yet to meet a single person who keeps their head in alignment with their spine. Everyone leans their head forward slightly.
Everyone.
Think about lighting above you.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't see light on your face and you see shadows, you're leaning forward.
Why must you torment me like this?
Say.
So don't worry,
It's
but
going to cause neck problems. See? But this is so. Yeah, this is so. Now when I look at people, I'm constantly like, why do your feet turn out? Your knees
Delts.
buckle in. Your shoulders are rounding. Your lats are not activated. Your neck's leaning forward. Your
Delts.
hips shift to the left and to the right. And your wrists turn. And your fingers can't bend properly.
why must you? I understand you want to get them in better shape, but you don't have to make them feel better, right?
Your body moves wrong. You are inferior.
You monster.
Human baseline says you're a C+ student. at best.
Why you gotta be like that?
And that's compared to Cro-Magnon men.
Why you gotta... Damn.
Ancient humans move better than you, son.
Why? Listen.
At least they were functional.
Hey, fuck you. We don't...
Wow, stairs are hard, huh?
we don't live in a Cro-Magnon society, you asshole, alright?
Stairs are hard, so is pulling yourself up. I hope you don't fall off a cliff, you weak-ass bitch.
Now you're just taking out your bad clients out on me, you asshole.
Yeah, C+ is a pass, but it's also not a good pass. Most humans are passable because no one notices how poorly they move. Until you tell them to step sideways.
Well, oh, really?
Do side shuffles. See how well you move.
Strafes. You mean.
Strafe down a block. And then
Okay.
back.
Deal.
And then realize that, like, you can run all day. You can't strafe.
Not everyone can strafe.
Most people can't. And then make them curtsy.
So you mean Doom Guy is in better shape than most people? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Doom Guy isn't human.
He can strafe very easily.
He's not human.
I'm just... Why you gotta bust my balls like that?
I'm just saying, he's not human.
Why must you be a riot at weddings? You see, ladies and jerks?
It's only gotten worse over time. Because, like, I went from just noticing, like, minor postural, like, issues to the point where I'm like, I look at people...
Eventually, he's just gonna start, like,
Check this
telling people walking down the street, and it's like, hey, you injured your left knee, which is why you walk with that gait. Don't do that.
Check this out. Sometimes, so this is a new one. You'll look at people, right? And based on the length of their pant legs, you can tell where their hips compensate.
Right.
So I'll look at people who are just standing and notice that their pant legs are slightly lower, and I'm like, what's up with your left hip? And they're like, what? And I'm like, your left hip is, like, dropping. And they're like, the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, you stand, like, a couple of centimeters lower because you can see their pant legs.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know
The
that.
same way you can see the ruffles in somebody's shirt to see if their chest, like, tightens up. So, like, lats. Delts are up here, lats
Okay.
are in the back.
Lats,
But, like,
excuse me.
I've started to, like, look at people and I'm like, if you see their pant legs are off, it's like, you stand improper.
Hey, Alphabet Soup, if you're hiring, why don't you get Monoxis on your fucking team? How about that? He's already beating you out on your day one shit.
It's such micro bullshit, but, like, now I notice it all the time. Like, I'll be on the train looking at people and being like, postural problem. Like, I'm just, like, looking like, this. It's fucking bad. Like,
You can't turn it off.
I can't, no. It's natural now. I just see people moving wrong. It's weird.
Well, you even see them sit wrong.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, no, everyone sits wrong. You're supposed to sit upright, shoulders back, head straight.
Okay, look.
In fact, motherfuckers, give me your phone. You're supposed to hold your phone like this. Or books. Like here. Eyeline.
Right.
Everyone does this. Round your shoulders. Here. For proper posture.
Right here first.
Now try holding your phone in front of you when you're texting and watching shit, and notice how quickly your lats fatigue because they're underused, and you start to slump because your entire back is weak as shit.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna start to feel like your back tensing up because it's weak, it has no strength, and you're gonna slouch over, where your lower back's gonna be like, bend, please. You have a weak back.
Oh, what is worse, a weak back or weak knees?
Back.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Weak back is worse than weak knees.
Weak
All
back
right.
can't be repaired.
Listen, you
Weak-
heard that?
weak-
Flank, your weak knees anti-betting has now come to an end
Weak
with
knees.
weak back.
Weak
All right.
knees can be replaced. A weak back is forever.
Damn.
Yeah, you can get fake weak. You can get fake strong knees. You can't get a new back. Not yet. Not yet.
Touche.
Your back gives out, you're fucked. Also, osteoporosis. Your bones just start to fucking fall apart. Like, don't.
How do you prevent osteoporosis?
Exercise. Being fit.
You heard it here first, folks.
Start exercising now and don't stop.
In spite of all of the shit talking that this man
Or
has
be old and
heaped
frail and
upon you, He wants you to exercise at the end of the day, alright?
I just want you to be ripped and healthy and fucking. That's my goal as a trainer.
So ideally...
To be strong, to look good,
and to crush it.
Yes.
Because he wants the best out of the human experience, alright?
Damn, Minoxus has to see all imperfections, which he has already surpassed in other people.
You see?
It's super fucking, like, it's so weird because I like, it always started as like a muscular thing, and now it's a postural thing. It's just like, even when I look at myself, I'm like, am I doing it again? Like, it's just,
you can't stop, it's always on.
I can't. I don't overtly do it. Like, I'll be with people, and I'm not like, except the lats thing. Like, yo, lats. Like, everyone right now, if you're in chat and you're listening, your lats are that muscle that's down and back over here, like your wings underneath your scapula. Lats back.
Lats back.
Everyone tighten your lats.
Everyone lats back.
And for the rest of your life, please keep your lats tight.
Everyone lats back.
Lats back.
Everyone lats back.
Tighten your lats.
Everyone have your lats back.
Engage your lats for the rest of your life.
So everyone lats back. Watch me shift in like less than 5 minutes.
It'll make you sit taller.
Lats back.
Engage those lats.
No, I just slouch harder. Fuck you, Flank.
That's fine. You're gonna be that old man who has to look at the floor while he walks. If you remove your lats, you won't have any ability to row or bend backwards. You need them.
Lopen is gonna end up being like a brain in a jar, talking shit until 23.
Yeah, but if you're in a brain in a jar, you don't need muscles. You need them right now because you're human. Foink is going to be that old fucking bum who's like in the fetal position permanently because he can't stand up straight because his lats are fused to his bones.
Look, Flank, I'm not saying you're in the wrong. You have to fix your shit.
Lats, tighten them lats and shoulders back.
So Danger chimes in, but imagine someone who had a weak string attached to their lats and shoulders, so if they stretch it, it triggers something. Now you're just talking nonsense with puppets, alright, Danger? You cut that nonsense out, alright? Lousy lat-based puppet stringing to do your bidding in overseas wet work. Come on, Danger. Come on. This guy...
Everyone should have good posture. Everyone should also be ripped, but like that's a whole different story.
As a personal trainer, Monoxis just wants you to be in good... He wants you to be the best you that you could be, so you could, like, ideally be closer to actualizing yourself.
Or you could die unactualized.
You can.
Like a coward.
Even Socrates said something to the effect of, it is a shame when people go their life and not see what their body is capable of.
That's right.
It is a crying shame. And he's not wrong, ladies and jerks.
You have all this free time. Why are you not exercising?
Socrates fought for 3 separate wars on behest of
something
Athens,
right?
right?
Would be a shame for man to not see into his body.
Hey, up yours, Danger.
To be fair, it's true. You've all this fucking free time, and you spend it on the internet,
Listen,
jerking off, getting fucked up, and like hanging with the homies when you could be exercising and feeling good and being jacked.
as much as I hate to say it, Danger, like, you too can close your eyes and seize it, and the rest of it's going to unfold from there.
Yeah.
All right?
Or you can be a coward and live in a dark room on 4chan.
Well, you got to pick them at boys, unfortunately.
Because they're cowards.
A lot of them are. It's not their fault.
You can just do push-ups and squats and crunches in between, like, pages.
I believe if you can't do 5 minutes of jumping jacks uninterrupted, you don't have any right to talk about fitness. Right?
If you...
5 minutes. Jumping jacks.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna... 5 minutes of jumping jacks is hard. The point is that, like, you should be doing more physically in general. People are weak.
John Woo, his banner on Twitter is basically a guy on a church that says, why don't you try praying instead of posting? And I'm not trying to say that this is a pro-prayer, pro-religion ordeal, but like, why don't you try blank instead of posting?
Yeah.
You know what's a good idea to the blank? How about you do like
Go for a run.
do rows.
Yeah. Go for a run.
All right. Do jumping jacks. All right, ladies and jerks.
Go for a walk.
How many of you have jump rope? I'm curious.
No, don't make it with jump rope. Jump rope's hard. Jump rope is coordinated cardio. At least make them go for a jog, where it's just like walk faster.
Trot faster.
You know, sometimes you walk, you pick your knees up a little higher, and you go faster. It's called jogging. I know you've never heard of it because you lived in a basement your whole fucking life, and you barely even walk up the steps to get the pizza out of the oven that mom made. But like, you raise the knees when you walk, and then you go faster. It's called jogging. And then you do it for 20 minutes.
Why can't we have Monoxis whip men across the country into shape?
Because men are cowards.
Weed Siggy Double Dutch. Hey, listen.
And men prefer to sit and
Ideally,
gloat in their
Kool-Aider.
misery than to be men.
Ideally,
We
Kool-Aid.
live in a society where once upon a time men were strong and led the species, and now they cry and bitch because a woman like hurt them. Or they bitch and moan because no one wants to give them handouts, or they can't do the things they want to do with their free time because they have to work.
Although I would say there was a correlation between people who just lay over and die and people who don't actualize themselves and get fit and get strong.
Yeah, that people don't persevere through pain. They just lean into it and die. They don't take it on the chin and fight. Men used to fight. Men now die.
Just kind of lay over and die.
Wake the fuck up. Reach down, find your balls, and fight.
Right now, Monoxis reminds me of like Street Fighter the movie when Jean-Claude Van Damme, he responds to the UN guy. The UN guy's like, "You've lost your mind," and Van Damme is all like, "You've lost your balls." And right now, Monoxis is that for men worldwide.
Yeah. Find your balls and use them.
Listen,
I don't care how.
when was the last
Fucking
time?
get up and do something.
When was the last time you've done a push-up? All right, ladies and jerks, is all I'm trying to say.
This that whole like weak men make hard times. We're in hard times,
All right, deal.
and we're making strong men.
But we will not see the good times, I don't think, in our lifetime.
Strong men are happening now, because we're in hard times.
What else do you want to call it? They are hard times.
These are hard times, and we're making strong men. And strong men are going to make good times in the future. But we are in the transitional phase of hard times, strong men right now.
Right.
And the strong men of this time are going to make good times, so that weak men can ruin it.
You're not wrong.
But we're currently in hard times made by weak men.
So we're just doing our destiny?
2010s was weak men. 2020 is strong men.
From
Well,
the
2020 is the hard times. From the 2010s, weak men. 2020 to 2030 is going to be our hard times. And I think the 2030 into the 40 will be the strong men's
Make
adapting
good
phase.
times.
Yes. So, in my opinion, we're dealing with the aftermath of weak men making hard times now. Which is why I'm such a proponent of stronger men. We've seen what it looks like to buckle down, bend the knee, and be a bitch in the last 10 years plus. Stop doing that. It didn't work. It's never worked. Why do we still have these phases?
Right.
Why do people still buckle?
You too can join the cause and not be a dick like that.
Why have we not learned to stop being weak?
Well, some of it is peer pressure.
Stop.
Some of it is
Stop.
people unable to distinguish meat space from online. Some of it happens to come from dudes who happen to be inherently weak.
Actually, that's fair danger. That's a really good point.
So Danger chimes in with, it reminds me, I don't know if this exists, but a paradox where the defender has the upper hand but no morale, so the attacker is the underdog with all the morale.
Yeah. And then it fluctuates. It's almost like a balancing scale. Right?
He's not wrong.
But yeah, we're kind of stuck there. And right now you got a lot of, I mean, like, I know you've seen it, I've seen it. You have a lot of weak people. Ideologically, they have cool ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's this utopian future they all believe in. But they're all weak-chinned, soft-handed, incapable of actually moving things forward type people.
Okay.
And the enemies they're making are going to be the strong people who stop them.
Well,
And thus is the cycle of the world. Weak people with good ideas get shut down by strong people with bad ideas, and then those strong ideas become weak people with bad ideas who have strong people with good ideas, and then those strong people become weak people with bad ideas who go against strong people with good ideas, because the second you get comfortable, your strong ideas become weak.
right.
And that's the cycle.
Okay.
This is what we need to change things, and we're all ready to fight for it. We've won! Everyone relax. And get comfy until someone's like, this is bullshit!
So until then, you have to get strong.
Well, we're in the middle of that.
We're not even into the second year of needing to get strong.
Well, the 2010s was the inciting incident.
Well, the history will not be kind to the 2010s.
And the 2020s are the backlash to the 2010s. And by 2030 we'll be in our new cycle of, and then this is the new regime. And then by 2040 we'll have the backlash to the 2030s.
Well,
But every 10 so
I don't
years...
think entirely. I don't think entirely, but all right.
We'll see. Do you really think that all right, let's take the current landscape, right?
Right.
In 2020, we were all like, well, this is not going to happen. And then in 2021, we were like, oh shit, it's actually happening. And then 2022, it's like, oh, it's actually like we're about to, it's going to keep happening.
Ron Paul isn't lying.
Like we're not done here.
It's happening.
Like this is not going away anytime soon. So 8 years from now, we're gonna look back on this and be like, fuck that weak bullshit. And then eventually, 10 years from then, it's gonna be like, y'all were too hard on people. Because that's a cycle. Fuck that weak bullshit, y'all were too hard. Fuck that weak bullshit, y'all were too hard.
Okay.
Although I think we need a consistency of fuck that weak bullshit, but like that's just me. I'm tired of soft-handed people with weak wrists and soft knees. And that want everyone to like get out on the other side.
Weak knees.
Well, it's just more like if you think that everyone should get out on top, you should be thrown off the cliff. Like, if you think that everybody should win, like, you know what I mean? Like, you think everyone gets a reward, participation trophies, that kind of shit. Like, no, there's something inherently wrong with
It
you.
doesn't work that way.
You believe that weakness should be rewarded.
Because it doesn't work that way.
And a lot of people inherently think that that's like a physicality thing. Like, no, intellect can be rewarded. Charisma can be rewarded. Physicality can be rewarded. But, like, those who fail to do anything, well, you didn't hear it from me, but they should go into a specific place where we just don't have to think about them anymore. I said it, and I have no problem saying it. Some people just don't fit into society.
He's not wrong, ladies and jerks, alright? Chat chimes in with Thupathy, but it goes, participation trophies? Why? Is that an actual thing? For a while, it was. It is bizarre. I mean, yes, there is a glaring lack of telling children that they have worth in these United States as they're growing up with things crumbling around them faster than
When they
can
don't.
even begin to conceptualize.
To be clear, when they don't.
But number two,
Like, the kid who got tackled and lost the game gets a fucking medal.
that happened.
You
for a
lost the
while.
fucking game. Imagine coming in last place and being like, no.
That's exactly.
How do you improve? How do you improve when you failed? The whole point of failure is to learn from your mistakes.
This happened on a large scale, and it was pushed from the top down. And one education policy that helped push this was No Child Left Behind. And that is a relic of
Well,
the George W. Bush era that
hold
no
on.
one ever brings up.
That I have mixed feelings
Because
like,
life before YouTube,
No. Hold on,
life
hold on.
before social media,
Hold
is
on.
impossible for people to fucking
half
begin
of
to
that though
conceptualize.
was about educating those who did not have access to education, which I agree with. But then there was the other side where there were folks who did have access to education and sucked. And even though they had a higher tier of education, they were continued to push through. No. If anything, everyone should have equal access to education, and those who suck get dropped down to the lower tier, and those who are good get brought up to the higher tier, and those who fall short, you will lose access to education and become a physical worker. Because you're not fucking smart.
Here at twitch.tv/Monoxis, he gains control of the McLaughlin group.
And there's nothing wrong with being physically capable and not mentally. Why is that a stigma?
Oh, we've got plenty of that these days.
Why?
We have that in surplus.
What is
have you
wrong-
taken a look out there?
What is wrong with telling a kid like, yo, you're not smart, but damn, bro, you can move.
You can move a plow.
Not even a plow. You're quick, or you're not smart, but you're sharp. You know what I mean? You're not an academic, but like you can problem solve. It's different. Like we hold everyone to the same standard.
And then he's going to put him in charge of operations in a 3-letter agency. Shh, if Monoxis had his way.
It's just dumb standards, dude. And we want everyone to be like equal.
Kinda, sorta, from the top down.
Equal, even though like no. I love that word, equal. Like it actually exists.
Reminder, alright? Reminder. The weak preach equality. Reminder.
No, reminder. The weak fear the strong. And that's why they constantly preach equality, because they're scared.
Alright.
They are
I'll meet
outclassed.
him halfway on this.
The weak are outclassed, therefore they need equality, so they can be on the same page as people who outclass them. And it happens regularly. The next time someone calls you stupid, ask them what they know.
But here's the problem.
And when someone calls you weak, be like, how
herein
much
lies
can you pick up?
no. Herein lies the problem. So Monoxis is operating on 5D water polo, while you walking through Times Square or the Grand Central Station or maybe even the Greyhound bus station, and you're accosted by life itself. You don't have the brain crisis wrestling mode drilled muscle memory response. And he has.
Danger says, I remember
these
getting
things.
participation trophies. Every time I got one, it actively sucked. Yeah, because it's demoralizing.
That's
I
alright.
didn't do shit, and you're like, congratulations, you suck.
It was demoralizing.
Your team lost. Yay! Failure's an option. Sorry.
There we go.
Sharpness is valuable. It sucks when any type of fire is snuffed out when it doesn't fit their needs. Yeah, you don't have to be intelligent. You can be quick.
Alright, Danger.
Like, imagine not
Posting
being...
behind enemy lines, we appreciate you chiming in.
Imagine not being intellectually sound, but like having the charismatic social cues down, so that someone's like, yo, I want homie in the room. He has no idea what we're talking about, but he can read faces well, and he can be like, that motherfucker's not on board. And then they can be like, oh, I know that dude. Here's how I get him. You know what I mean? Like, someone who can read like micro expressions because they're charismatic.
Right.
But no, you gotta be fucking, like, you gotta know the economy. And no, you need a dude in the room who can read faces and be like, that dude's bored.
By the way, that is kind of sort of the premise of Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and where they thought this guy who was really good at cards, they thought he was really good at playing cards, but what he was really good at was reading people's facial expressions.
Exactly.
So that's how he made...
Yeah. So a team of people in like a boardroom needs a dude where like he could be dumb as rocks, but he's like, that dude over there
was full of baloney because he did this when he did that, and then when he was talking about the deal, he shifted and looked at you, and the weight went from the right foot to the left foot, which meant X, Y, and Z.
Or like, hey boss,
because some people...
Who's the dude that we're impressing? That guy, I'll keep an eye on him. And you can just be like, yo boss, he's not feeling it.
Because some people carry these things out through instinct, and they themselves are able to separate the signal from the noise, and where they're able to eventually ascertain from this, I know like.
Yeah.
And that is how people make moves. Fun fact, all right? Even Ted Bundy was like, the guy you're dealing with is a fucking dum-dum, but he glides by instinct because he's really good at what he does.
Yeah.
And even the FBI needed help getting the Green River Killer because Ted Bundy was like, he's gonna fuck the corpses and come back, so, like, you know, you should do surveillance. And they did, and they caught him. Alright? So,
What is that?
the Green River Killer, who got a higher kill count than Bundy.
Hold on, what's that Demolition Man quote? Send a maniac to catch one?
I think so. Yes.
Demolition Man. Send a maniac to catch one. If you want to get on the same playing field as someone, you have to understand them. We live in a world where everyone's like, we're all on the same playing field. And it's like, that means that there's no proper competition, nor are there counterplays. In order to understand someone and be like, I'm going to get in your head, you need someone who's equal to them. But when we're all equal, we play that game of like, no, we're all the same. Except you meet someone and you're like, we have the same degree. And then you hear someone talk and you're like, are you serious? You're a moron. I've dealt with that in my field.
We majored in the same thing?
Training. And like, I've met people where I'm like, so I have a client and like, they have this issue and I'm thinking about doing X, Y, and Z. And I've met people with degrees higher than me and they're like, that's a good idea. You should think about doing this and this. And I'm like, fuck, that's actually like, thank you. Because like, they're smarter than I am. And I'm like, cool. And I've met people who are like, I'll just do this. And I'm like, that would hurt them.
Why?
No, that would hurt them. I'll just do this. That's wrong. But they're on the same, like in my career, same playing field. I have met morons who do things and I'm like, you're making it worse. Now imagine in a higher tier of things. This is like, I mean, granted, physical, but personal training, like you can fucking hurt somebody. Imagine if you're a lawyer who's like defending your life was some douchebag who's like, nah, I'm the same as that guy. He's got an 8-year degree. I've got a 2-year, but we're both lawyers.
Ay.
No.
It don't work like that.
Or a nutritionist. And my nutritionist has an 8-year degree and understands all forms of eating habits, and your nutritionist is a vegan. What do you think's going to happen?
So now, no one ever brings up the personal trainer turf wars that Queen Sex Man himself, Monoxis, had emerged out alive.
Could you imagine a vegan nutritionist?
I can't, because that is wrong and disgusting.
They exist. Can you imagine dealing with one? No. In fact, I know people who are health professionals, occupational nutritional therapists, who are adamantly against certain habits. When I'm like, yeah, I drink, and they're like, oh, never, absolutely not. And I'm like, yeah, you're fucking mine.
Yet, this man, who instead of sleeping, stares at the ceiling and plans out possible futures and timelines that only have a 1 out of 4 chance of happening in real life. And then he smokes, and then he parties, and then he ends up being like, what's up, baby? And then like 7 hours later, get the fuck out of my apartment. And then 14 hours later, he's like, I didn't respond for proper reasons. And then like 2 hours later, then she Ubers herself over, and then he ends up kicking her out like 17 hours later. And here I am, trying to have fucking peace. I'm trying to throw out the goddamn garbage and have a moment of clarity. And this guy, he's making a hootin' and a hollerin' with his bathrobe. And listen, like when you're out in public in your mask and you're not even wearing any fucking shoes, come on, man. So, this is the guy who you're getting your fitness updates from, alright, ladies and jerks? Because even though he could whip you into shape and then be like, what is it, delts? No.
Lats!
Okay, lats.
Alright, hold on. No, we're going to figure this out, alright?
Lats.
This is your deltoid.
Okay.
Your shoulder.
The lats are back there.
Your lats are here.
Okay.
These are your traps. Right? Traps. Delts. lats,
Okay.
subscapular. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Lat activation. Tighten them up.
Okay.
These here, tight.
Okay.
They still feel squishy. Come on, tight. Not up here.
So how do we move back?
These are your traps. Stop.
Okay.
Release.
So
Loosen these up.
So you point me out.
I'm doing it right now.
You point out where I have to measure over with
Loosen
this
this.
posture.
Relax.
Okay.
Here, lats.
Okay. Lats.
Flex this.
Lats.
That's not flex. See that? See how it's...
So we're leaning back like this.
No. All right. No.
So-
You're doing this again. You're doing trap active. Okay.
So help me out.
All right. I'm trying.
So
This.
yes.
Tighten this.
Okay. So by leaning back.
No, you're not leaning back. What do we do? Stop leaning. Stop thinking about leaning.
All right.
This muscle.
Yes.
Engage it.
Engage it. So
Not here. You're doing this again. This.
so
This guy back here.
okay. So how do I?
Okay.
Wow.
So.
What am I doing?
Okay. So you do this.
Yes.
All right. Now pull back. See how it's tightening right here?
Yes.
That same motion, right? So as you're pulling back,
Right.
this. So arm out. Pull. You are super trap heavy. That's why you dislocated your shoulder.
Well, on my left side, yes.
Doesn't matter. You're fucking activating. The traps are not what you're pulling here. All right. So shoulders back.
Right.
This is what you're activating.
Okay.
You're engaging this muscle.
Ah. Okay.
Not here. See, you're doing this again. You're activating your traps.
I'm not doing this on purpose. Though.
I know, you're trap dominant. So what you're doing is every time you're trying to row or move, you're doing shoulder tightening. Here's where you want. Under the scapula.
Okay.
This.
So under the
So
scapula.
don't even fucking row. Don't even move. Tighten this up. There. See?
Okay.
That. Feel that difference?
Yes.
That right there is your lats.
Okay.
So tighten this up. Now loosen up here. There.
So tight. That's it.
That's it.
For the rest of my life.
No, not for sure. Like this
for
muscle.
the rest of my life.
This muscle back here, not up here,
Okay.
because you got super tight traps.
Right. But back here.
Here. Tighten this
Okay.
up. Do it again.
So.
Tighten it.
I'm trying.
Yeah. Loosen up.
Okay.
Loosen. Tighten. There you go. That flexion of the lat.
Yes.
I felt like you can tense it, right?
Yes.
Now technically, you can tense up your lats without moving at all. And you're going to feel some tension here.
Okay.
Because when you tighten up your lats, pecs are going to flex.
Hmm.
So tighten that lat. See that pec movement? Like that. So you don't even have to move. Right?
And then watch this all fall apart like 3 minutes from now.
So when you tighten up that lat, you're going to feel that pec flex.
Okay.
Because they are, so your lats are a synergist, or they're antagonist-agonist muscles. They operate independently.
He's throwing literature terms at me, these assholes, alright?
Your muscles flare up independently on the opposite sides.
Alright.
So tighten that up,
Okay.
lat, there you go. Not this. Too much.
Okay.
Relax that. Here.
How am I supposed to do the thing?
I know it's hard. You're so conditioned to do both. Just here, not here.
Okay, so.
There you go. See, that's tight. That's not.
Alright, so just relax. I can't relax.
I know.
I have a hard time relaxing.
Very hard. You gotta work on it. Lats, not traps.
I have a very hard time relaxing.
You are flexing your lats and then tightening up your shoulders because you hold tension in your shoulders.
And now I have to try this for the rest of my life, and I'll fail in 2 minutes or
See,
less.
I'm condensing this until like 5 minutes. Where like, in order to get you to engage your lats and not your traps would take a couple of weeks of training.
So this man is trying to sell me on his training program.
But you went from like engage your lats and you were just fucking doing traps where it's like engage the lats, do it. There, see?
All right.
Took me 5 minutes to be like lats, not traps.
Now I know, and knowing is half the battle. All right.
Yeah, so lats. But you're also doing lats and traps. So even though you should be shifting, you're doing this and just tightening. Because you are trap dominant. It's a lot of people. So many people, when it's like overhead exercise, these fucking guys are like, go up here. you should not be engaging your traps.
Ever.
Well, unless you're doing trap exercises. But people will do shoulder presses,
But why would you?
which are deltoid based.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to hit the delts, but they'll push with their traps. So they end up hurting their shoulder rather than doing delt activation. Because we're so used to just do this. So if your traps are overactive, which definitely are because you have rounded shoulders, your traps are always like, oh, what's up? We're doing upper body stuff? Trap. And it's like, no. These should just be loose.
That has to be deltoids.
Which are this, your shoulder.
The delts.
Yes, the delts.
Okay.
But you have overactive traps, which most people do. Because you do this.
Hey, I'm in the club too.
Everybody does it. I'm glad. I hope chat enjoyed the.
and now chat gets to feel guilty in this man correcting my posture.
Yeah. Hope that was fun.
Your posture, I hope, is just as bad as mine. I don't want it to be worse than mine. I just want it to be just as bad as mine.
Dude, I'm trying to follow this. Sorry, that got a little.
Watch him try to feel out where the deltoid activates on the fucking top shoulder muscle. So Kool-Aider goes, what weird LGBTQ flag is Haynes' shirt based on? Oh, well, this flag is based on the Ecuadorian sexual.
I was gonna say you've got the black line of the NYPD with the blue, but you've got the bi-purple.
So this flag.
Bi-cops.
So, I am in the union of battered husbands of female NYPD officers who happen to be bi.
Okay.
So I'm standing in solidarity with them
It's a very niche group.
as they get beaten by their wives, and I'm protesting outside, going like, "Listen, they have feelings too, and they get beaten up."
And because they're bisexual, they have other partners.
And listen,
They have boyfriends.
I'm not trying to accuse them of like anything that moves, baby, but like those people, yes, and I mean that those people, not to be the fat, overweight woman you see at a party who lurches over and tells you something to the effect of like, that bitch better be bisexual so she can increase her chances of not going home alone. And you hear that and you're like, that is some fantastic shit talking. But that is true. Because look at this fucking butter golem trying to make a mess of things here at this party you find yourself, and you're just trying to traverse the world map. You're trying to get rid of the kitchen. There's women clucking like chickens, and among the chickens clucking is the bisexual, and you can't help but feel like, all right, she's got a good point.
I mean, we also live in the closest thing to H.P. Lovecraft's reality now.
Really? You really think so?
Yes. Because anything after what we live in now is going into Giger territory.
Oh no, I think...
Like, we live in a world where cosmic horror would be better.
To quote Monoxus, the minute hand has replaced the hour hand on the parity to reality clock.
Humans
Right.
have become a parody of themselves to the point where even other people are like, no? You know what I mean? Like, we have to question ourselves constantly when dealing with each other.
Kinda, sorta.
Even, like, our own species feels foreign.
Oh, all the time. Are you kidding me?
So, that Lovecraftian nightmare world, we're getting pretty close to it.
Hold on. Delts.
Hey, let's.
Hold it. Flats. Alright.
Lovecraftian nightmare world is pretty close. We're not in, like, nightmare territory, but we could be. I don't think we'll ever actually get proper nightmare territory. We'll just get realistic nightmare. Like, H.P. Lovecraft's version of, like, you will never exist in a society that cares about you because society will continue to degrade itself into, like, uselessness.
Maybe.
I feel like that's where I look at things now, where some people are like, he's racist, and I'm like, he has stories about people in his own society where he was like, one day this person will be viewed as like I guess an outsider, and all they want to do is be left alone. Now think about that now.
All right.
He was ahead of that, where it was like, a person who just wants to be left to their own devices will one day be considered weird.
Well, that is why people, for a number of years, had been painted out as like recluses or difficult, and where people who had toured, take like anyone from like Lou Reed to Devo to Kraftwerk, like they just wanted to play their music and do their thing, and people felt the need to have to dive into this nonsense and ask them preordained questions from a glossy rock and roll press, and you know, it in any format it happens.
Sure.
You know, and I almost think it's like that also helps point out like, because it's the weak men who ask those questions, you know?
Sure.
Right? So it kind of helps into the cycle of like, we are in the hard times make strong men. Ideally, all right?
No, we are. I don't think it's up for debate.
Because history will not be kind to the 2010s.
There are too many strong people pushing for a better tomorrow. Not all of them in a good way, but even when you push for the wrong better, you strengthen those who oppose you.
Yeah.
Of course. When the wrong side pushes to better the future...
Well, I mean, like, is someone out there, like, going, like, do squats and push-ups and be a good person?
No, I'm talking politically.
Oh.
Like, when a government pushes people towards...
People should worry about local politics. Hold on.
No, that's what I'm saying. So when you are forced to look at the greater good, right?
Oh, God damn it. All right.
When you're forced to look at the greater good, and you have consistently dealt with lesser evils, you make better choices. And I am watching in real time, and this is just anecdotal, so I don't want to like say, but this is why I believe we're in the strong men create good times, right? I am watching now, and this is only the last year, as people I know who I would consider weak from a moral or political or economic standpoint, slowly watch as their ideological beliefs, they go, wait, this isn't working. People who went BLM, ACAB for a year now go, maybe we need some policing, and maybe the BLM movement was like exaggerated.
Okay.
Now they're not entirely opposed, but they're starting to see the whole like...
This isn't a one-size-fits-all approach.
Yes. So, those weak men who made hard times, people saw the hard times, rose up to fight against it, and now the strong people are going, good job. Very good job opposing that government. But here's the thing, you kind of need them to like progress, and they're like, right, fair point. You can't just destabilize the government, ACAB. And you can't just support a group, BLM. So, in less than 2 years, we're seeing a movement of single race-minded people and anti-police going, some police and not all blacks. I mean, like, it didn't take them long to flip. And we've only, they kicked the door in, and the door hit them on the way back, and they were like, oh shit, yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
So, hard times very quickly became, y'all can be motivated into being better. Not everyone, but you never can.
Ever. Ever.
Ever. And the point is, y'all had good points, but they weren't all good. So we're seeing the transition of people who are like, that's dumb, let me tell you why. Fuck you, racist, bigoted, ACAB, BLM, anti-right, anti-left, Nazi, whatever.
incel, white supremacist, domestic terrorist is to harbors an ism and possibly a phobia. How dare you?
Yes.
Which is the straw man that Monoxis is presenting here in this example.
And not but a year into this current timeline, this current century, we're seeing you being like, yeah, that was excessive. And it's like, thank you. Yep. The turnover rate, much like the minute hand replacing the second hand of outrage, it also very quickly adjusts to like, I'm outraged, but I'm also now willing to play ball. You know what? Like, so they get mad faster, but they also kind of play ball faster, which is kind of a double-edged sword, because that means that like 2 years from now there'll be some more outrage, but it also means that 2 years after that we'll get to recycle it again. So I think the cycle of like weak makes strong makes weak makes strong has gone from like generations to a single generation will go through weak strong twice. Where it used to be an entire generation was weak,
Right.
and then strong and then weak and then strong and then weak. Now we have like 2 generations headbutting over strong and weak for like 30 years. Where it used to be like 30 years of weak, 30 years of strong. Now we've just got like weak, strong, weak, strong, weak, strong.
And now we just have people floating out amidst, which is why they end up unfit. We now have just people floating out in the midst.
How do we have Zoomers who are like TikTok F-words? But also Zoomers who are like, I want to fix the economy and make Bitcoin a thing. Same generation. One wants to destabilize the Fed, one wants to put their butt on TikTok. Same generation. You know what I mean?
I hate to be pragmatic, but
So
like,
it's
okay,
like-
listen.
That minute hand shit, it's gotten real bad.
On one hand,
That shit's just spinning now. Like, we're past the hand turning, it's just doing this.
on one hand, all right. On one hand, it's easy to be jaded that kids these days don't know shit.
Here, I am very jaded.
However,
I am bitter and caustic and cynical and upset. And the sooner I can live in a cabin in a desert, the better off society is.
in the desert, this man wants.
The sooner you can place me in a cabin in a desert with a gun and enough food and weights to last me the rest of my life, the better off this entire country is.
Would you have like a private tank of water?
Preferably, I'd have a vehicle to get water. Like, I'm not a shut-in.
Right.
I just don't want to deal with people anymore.
No. So you are a shut-in.
I'm tired of their existence.
Remember that time when you were a shut-in? Because I do.
I want to sit on my lawn chair in the middle of my backyard in the desert and look up at the sun while my brain boils on mushrooms and go, I'm tired of being tangled in their webs. And then the person who was with me is like, Joe, come inside. You're going to boil your brain and die. It's fucking 120 degrees out here in Death Valley.
You're staring out at the mountains.
Get inside. You're going to kill yourself.
Do you want a sandwich?
Drink some water. Did you take mushrooms again?
Have some orange slices.
Yeah, get inside. We're lucky you haven't painted yourself blue, you psychopath.
So listen.
Also, the mailman came to drop off the mail again. Should we shoot him? No, don't shoot the mailman.
You too can help Monoxis get to the desert and where he could fulfill his life end goal, fantasy, good ending that will finally put his soul at rest.
Yeah, just leave me alone for the rest of my life.
You too can find. I God forbid you ever find yourself in the desert away from everyone. Like, I'll send you letters every week, and I will personally harass you and bother you.
Oh no, you can just come visit.
And then, like, more than half of his graphic T-shirts are just going to be things I make.
You think I'm gonna wear a T-shirt in the desert, bro? I mean, naked like half the time. Praising the sun on my field.
He's going to be sunning his balls before deadlifting and benching twice his weight. And then he's going to fucking squat a double wide trailer on each side.
Wearing clothes in the desert got your mind.
I mean, eventually it gets cold, because what if you're hungover and you decide you have to lift weights after a long night of partying with foreign nationals that crashed at your place in the middle of New Mexico? So then he ends up waking up at like 3:30 p.m. and he's just like at like 3:31 p.m. The very beginning initial of just like narcotic haze, whole 9 yards, 3:31 p.m. And now he's plugged in. All right. So then,
we're gonna get a tarp just so I can stay out in the desert and sleep on the floor and hope and not get poisoned by fucking scorpions.
so at 5 p.m., so by like 4:33, he's like this. All right.
You think I'd have a phone in the fucking desert?
1 cigarette later and 1 cup of coffee later, he's suddenly like, and then he ends up burning like fucking 900 calories, and then he ends up eating a breakfast and a lunch combined, and then he goes about his day. All right.
If you like, the whole point of going into the desert is to not have access to the internet or anything.
But you can't keep a hold of it. It just happens.
No.
You can't help yourself.
I'm not going to.
It's
That's
gonna
the whole
happen.
point.
You say that now.
I want nothing to do with this shit. I want out.
This guy's full of so much shit, he squeaks around tight corners.
I want out. Out.
Says the man on Twitch.
I want
out.
Yeah, because I'm kind of stuck in this shit.
You're stuck in here with the rest of us, goddammit. There's nothing you can do about it.
And when I get the chance, I'm going to go die quietly in a desert where none of you can find me.
And then he's gonna make a new Twitter account, and he's just like, "What's up? I'm a guy who dies of alcohol poisoning from drinking too much." And like he ends up with like 900,000 followers. He follows 6
people. What do you do
people.
when in the future the water rises right up the desert and turns into a prime real estate? And I'm moving in. I'm moving to Arizona. The water levels will not rise over there.
In fact, Monoxus might be lucky and end up in Arizona Bay. Is all I'm saying. All right.
See, the whole point of all of this is to escape this nonsense and just be alone. Like you wake up and you're like, wait, it's quiet. There's no people. There's no internet. Just chill.
You could get that in the mountains, though.
Or in the desert.
You could get that in the woods.
Yeah, but the desert's better.
You could get that in the islands.
Yeah, you can be soft.
You could.
I'll give you mountains. Forest and like island is pretty soft though.
But the mountains.
Well, mountains I'll give you. But a lot of soft people go to like forests, and a lot of soft people go to like islands. Like, people don't try to actively live in the desert because it kills you.
Unless they're predisposed for a religious, spiritual awakening,
No.
measuring experiences of life kind of thing
You need
that happens in their 3x3 gaudy grid of life.
You need to actively engage in survival in the desert. Just being there is hard.
Well, is Snake going home?
It's harder than the desert. Mountains are a close second, but desert's my first choice.
Okay. Now, hang on.
If I want to
Lopan goes, what do you do in the future when water rises? Okay, listen. Insects are loud as fuck when there's no city noise. Hey, listen, Lopan. That is a you problem, and we are ever so slightly elevated from the cement sea level, asphalt planning Queens County outside nonsense, because we are on the first floor of a building here at twitch.tv/Monoxus.
How are you going to kill a snake without a gun? Why would I not have guns in Arizona? The whole point of going there is to have land, home, desert, so no one can get to me. And if the fucking mailman wants to drop off mail, he's going to be met with a sign that's like a mile off from the house that's like, private property, drop mail here. And then if he walks onto the land, he just sees me sitting on a fucking porch with a rifle being like, put it down. It's like, bro, you know me. And I'm like, yeah, I get it.
You might want to tell him to put it in the mailbox instead of just leaving it, because the wind could carry it off the ground.
I want a running, like, please deliver my mail. And then he's like, and he shows up, and I pull the gun, and I'm like, what's up? And he's like, dude, for real? And I'm like, drop the mail. Get the fuck off my land. You sure? Dominance. Get the fuck. Put the mail down.
Look at him.
Put the mail down.
He wants this.
You work for the government, right? Put the mail down.
You work for the government. Government. You work for the government.
Thanks for the mail, government bitch. Now get off my land.
Do you take it out on census takers while
And
you're
if
at it as
some
well?
random fucking person shows up on my property, oh my god, I'm fucking like loading into them. If I don't recognize you, and you're walking on my property, you're Swiss cheese.
Will you have an M40 in the second floor?
No.
Oh, okay.
My main weapon will be a Desert Eagle.
Because like
So I can put holes in you that kill.
because he could easily have like a nest on the second floor. And think about it.
No, Eagle, so that when I hit you once, it's lethal.
My name's Monoxus, and I'm the only thing in the fate of the blah 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 Second Amendment yada yada. If you have a second floor, you should.
The playing intensifies. He gets it. Sitting on the fucking front porch, playing my banjo. If you walk on my land, I pull out my giant modified D-Eagle. And if you walk forward, I put a hole in you.
Alright, so very quickly, ladies and jerks. Alright. Now, Monoxus is speaking of one of the few American experiences that we have here. And we're in the Southwest.
One that I don't get to engage in here.
But you want to move to.
I want to live in.
Okay.
The one where every single day I wake up and there's no people.
Can I ask you a question?
And if a person shows up, I have to wonder why.
Would you be willing to settle for a middle of nowhere Texas?
No.
Why New Mexico?
You mean
Or
Arizona?
Arizona. Okay, why
Well,
Arizona?
because Texas is fake and gay.
Fuck you.
It is.
Go fuck yourself.
Texas has too much blue going on.
Because that is because of the California exodus into.
That's
places
fine.
like
I can't
Idaho.
trust them.
Okay.
I can't trust them to support my right to murder people on my property.
That is why you're in Arizona.
Because I want to live away, and if you want to cross the border of not being near me and being near me,
Notice how he used the word border, which is meant for nation states, but he is using it for the applicable term to inflict castle law doctrine, self-defense, rock salt in your face
I'm
or
glad
lungs.
you brought up castle law. Do not come onto my property.
Okay, I'm not wrong.
I will kill you.
I'm not wrong. You see that?
I am here to be left alone.
Are you gonna fucking run up to
Arizona allows me that privilege. Leave me alone.
Are you gonna run up on the mailman? Like you got something to prove?
The mailman can get a pass if I like him.
Okay.
Strangers, though. Strangers. Strangers get bullets.
I imagine his house in what would be the living room, quote unquote, in this thing he had been given
See, like,
the tour of.
Floop was like, what if I come? You'll be shot on sight. Because I will not recognize you in real life.
But what if
And I will probably give you a warning shot in the leg.
But what if Thupa DM'd you beforehand? You make it sound like Thupa works for the KGB and can figure out where you
That's
live.
not what was discussed. He was just talking about showing up. If someone just shows up on my property unannounced, I'm going to shoot them. That's the whole
Do
point.
you hear this words mean things nonsense
See,
happening right now?
This is the whole purpose of this moving to Arizona thing. I get my property, I get my peace of mind, and if you interfere with it, you die.
It happens.
Okay? So let's clarify. Property mine, area of property mine, interference equals death. Do not come into my property. Do not cross my safe space.
So here,
I will kill you if you are unannounced and making me uncomfortable.
so here in the United States,
I can't do that here. So every time I
some
leave
places-
a fucking house in New York,
They have
I have
castle
to
law.
worry that some piece of shit can just decide they want to take my shit and shank me and be like, you're fucking dying now, give me your wallet. Over there, I can be like, no, you have to come to me. What's up? I'm gonna sit on my fucking porch, I'm gonna chill. And I see a rando walking up and I'm like, yo, what do you want?
So this man is going to deadlift trailers in his backyard.
What do you want? You selling Girl Scout cookies?
He's not
Come
wrong.
on in.
Monoxus did once tweet something to the effect of going on the train is like, it's misery, and then walking through Times Square is 3 quick time events in a row.
Yeah, I constantly deal with this city trying to murder me. Like today, I was on the way to my fucking bus to come home to get here to do this, and there was just some dude going off on every single person who like walked by him, and he was spazzing the fuck out. So I was like, alright, I'm gonna go in my pocket and ready my fucking like Swiss Army knife. And the dude fucking like spazzed, and I was like, you like got at me, and I was like, alright, if he does anything, I'm gonna fucking stab him. He just backed off, and I was like, okay. But like, I had my hand pocket knife blade out ready if that dude tried to get at me.
And he's just trying to get home.
I shouldn't have to do that. Like, I shouldn't have to live like that.
But we do here. In the city that never sleeps. Ladies and jerks.
I forgot some fucking homeless asshole who's just like going off on people in the middle of a subway platform. And this is why, like, going back to that whole, like, in the world of the Civil War, I'd be on the cop's side. Why the fuck did the cops not throw that homeless piece of shit out of that subway platform? Go to a fucking shelter. Or a mental hospital. Or jail.
There does come a point.
Nah, I gotta deal with this fucking guy yelling at people.
There does come a point
outta here.
where you see a homeless vagrant who has taken a section of a train station hostage.
Yes.
And
constantly.
All of his belongings are now here. And this is now his part of the station. And you just want to get home.
Yes, Danger. That is my response to people disturbing me. Fuck them.
No, listen, Tampage...
Because you are not a functioning member of society.
Okay, fine. Tampage, can I ask you something? Why rob him? What do you think you're going to get when you rob him? Do you think he's holding some sort of fucking magical, fantastic hobo gold endgame quest cash-in item? Come on.
Fuck Tampage. Like, Monox's first response to disturbing him is fuck people. Yes. Is that not what we all strive for? To not be fucking bothered?
Maybe.
Am I crazy in thinking that? Am I also wrong in thinking that people who are homeless and mentally ill should be punished?
Punished how? Wait.
Institutionalized.
Are you saying that people who are clinically retarded should be put in work camps? What are you talking about?
No, like, I miss mental institutions.
You mean sanitariums?
Yes. People who have mental disorders need to be put inside of them. They are not functioning members of society. They need special help.
Right.
You have people who are in the streets yelling at people about, like, aliens coming, and we all just walk by them like there's nothing wrong. And then when you call the cops are like, well, he's crazy, but we can't do anything about it. Are you fucking kidding me? This person's a fucking unhinged maniac.
And in the event something happens with this unhinged maniac screaming about UFOs, splitting the skies like silk sheets in two, he's going to end up doing 18 and a half hours in central bookings and then slap on the wrist because of bail reform, and then he's going to be out doing the same thing tomorrow around the same time.
And I have to deal with it regularly. And yet somehow I'm in the wrong by calling out this fucking psychopath.
Right.
I'm the asshole.
Right.
Even though this person should basically be Old Yeller in terms of, like, human interference. Like, they're basically useless.
Damn!
They serve no purpose. They do nothing.
Monoxus with the esoteric reference. I don't know if anyone gets Old Yeller. That's an old-timey, back-in-the-day reference.
You don't progress us.
Danger, buenas noches, get home safe, assuming you're watching this outside of the house.
I mean, like, I don't believe that every individual has purpose, just so we're clear. Let's just put that on the record. Not every human has a purpose.
All right. Now, mind you, you could always take it up with Monoxis because, after all, you are here at twitch.tv/Monoxis. If you think he's wrong and women don't belong in the gym, then you tell him right now.
Yeah, fight me. Not every human has purpose. We're not all meant to do something special. If that was the case, there wouldn't be millions of dead in wars. Like, the general existence of humanity proves that every individual is not special. So why do we treat physically and mentally ill people as if they are protected?
Okay.
We would sacrifice them in a war.
Maybe.
With no question, we would. Like, and they die on a regular basis unbeknownst to us, but only when it's brought to our attention do we care. Like, how many people die on a regular basis on the streets of cities and we don't notice, or kill themselves, or die to addiction issues, but only when it's directed to us do we get all soft-hearted and weak. Humans die on a regular basis to starvation, to war, like, to gun violence. Like, we don't care. As a species, we let people die constantly.
But when it's directed to the self.
But when asked if you think it's okay, you care. So, let's just get past that and accept the fact that we don't give a shit. Because more humans die on a regular basis than we care to admit. For reasons they shouldn't die to. And it's a good thing. Because the species needs to cull itself.
If I may, Monoxis. All right, ladies and jerks. Before Monoxis decided to go live and stream, we were talking and bullshitting. All right, so after that whole Juicy Smollett thing, and he was found guilty of 5 out of 6 X, Y, and Z. So Monoxis makes an excellent argument in terms of, like, so after that Juicy Smollett initial public reaction machine, top down, agree with us, moving forward, nah. So then, Kamala Harris and Crazy Eyes Andy Booker, what the fuck is his name? Cory Booker. Right. So then they attempt to pass anti-lynching legislation, all right?
Yes.
So this is kind of a weird misnomer because, like, if someone gets lynched,
they die.
Right.
Or they survive and you tried to lynch them. Murder's illegal.
Right.
So is attempted murder.
So if someone survives a lynching, that is attempted murder.
And if someone dies to a lynching,
that is a murder.
So it's already illegal.
So I ask you, ladies and jerks, what if you take this to this most conceited extreme, you end up with, now we have to ban sleeper holds because once every 24 hours, somewhere in America, a man gets a woman and puts her in a sleeper hold, either from, like, behind or the side or the front, and her neck pops like a chicken bone. And then suddenly, judo and BJJ is banned all across from sea to shining sea.
You also can't punch elderly people because you may kill them.
Because it'll happen.
Also, you can't use heroin needles recreationally because it could kill you. Overuse of alcohol is illegal because it could kill you. Right?
Some people.
Anything that could kill you. Crossing the street during a red light can kill you. So it's illegal. Right?
Stop giving them ideas, alright?
Everything that could potentially kill you is fucking illegal. Even though technically murder is the crime. But how dare you lynch somebody even though the end result of lynching is murder?
And if you take it to its most conceited extreme, before you know it, now you're living in the UK where you have to be 16 or 18 years old and older.
Hold on, retreads comment.
Juicy Smollett can rest easy knowing the man that orchestrated the lynching has been found guilty. Yes!
Yeah. That's oh my god.
It's funny because it's true. And they made such a big show about it. It's so good. Lopan, thank you.
I don't know, we lynching laws.
Hey, if you're just chiming in,
Remember once upon a time when lynching was not okay?
it always wasn't okay.
Remember when we made it not okay? Not okay? Remember when a member holding political office went like, you shouldn't lynch people? In the modern age.
You know how you could
Based
fight
on
that?
a man who was never even close to being lynched because his homies lynched him?
Why would anyone know he was from Empire, is all I'm asking.
Remember that time that guy faked being lynched and then the government was like, don't lynch people?
I like how part of the argument
Can you
was
imagine 10 years from now looking back on that?
I like how part of the argument was like, they threw bleach on him and then they threw a noose around him. And like, it turned out to be like the greatest, most sensational
And called an empire.
hoax of it all. And they found, right, and they noticed him because of Empire, right?
Yeah.
That the most sensational hoax of them all.
And people slipped on it.
They wanted it so bad to be real.
And people still believe the media nowadays. These are the same people who were like, fuck corporate medical industry. Corporations want to give you drugs and kill you. Take the vaccine. Even though Pfizer made $15 billion in the last year and is on record based on their CEO saying, we'll just keep releasing boosters even though they don't have any efficacy because it makes us money. That shit's on the record.
You too need gene-altering mystery fluid so you could go do the things that your homies are doing every day outside the home.
When Pfizer CEO...
All that is what that card gives you.
When Pfizer CEO says that the boosters have no efficacy, but it makes them $15 billion a year...
You see, there are some people...
On the record.
There are some people out there still willing to die by the science, alright? And there are going to be booster shots, and there are going to be people mutating into things we eventually have to kill when everything falls apart, and they will be...
You're getting way too into cool shit. The worst case scenario is that motherfuckers are going to have a very slight opportunity to sell their sperm until the realization that the actual shots didn't do anything and it was an actual hoax. Like 3 years from now, we're going to look back on this and be like, wow, the entire species got baited into getting a vaccine that did nothing for a virus that did nothing that we're still dealing with.
My sperm is now the new Bitcoin.
For like 6 months. And then everyone's going to realize that your sperm and vac sperm have no difference because the vaccines didn't actually change anything.
According to you.
They were basically useless.
We still have not gotten all of the gene-altering mystery fluid information.
These shots are going to be effectively useless in the long run, and this virus is just going to peter out. Much like the flu.
You think so?
Yes, 100%. In fact, you can look at the numbers now, which are fabricated for the most part. In fact, they have not moved. Like, they're consistent.
They're just there.
Nothing. 2025, we're gonna be saying the same shit. Like, we're not. This is just life on Earth now, baby.
You're not wrong. God damn it.
Welcome to the COVID planet. Like,
right. So
COVID XY769305.
Omicron variant 364829448G3819. All right.
We're on fucking red, blue, green, yellow version of this virus.
So AVH chimes, expensive pee brought to you by Pfizer. Pfizer, which have never been dragged into court ever in the history of anything ever.
So I got the one from the people. I got the fucking vaccine from the people who get people with cancer.
He got the vaccine. I didn't get the vaccine. So hopefully, in that 6-month window, I could sell my sperm as the Bitcoin of the new day and age.
Just so we're clear.
Find out.
I got the vaccine that didn't work, apparently. In fact, according to the new studies, I got the vaccine that didn't do anything.
So evidently, Monoxis.
And they were like, you gotta get a booster. I was like,
under the radar.
I'm good. I don't want the booster. And the government can't make me get it.
Chat, can you hear Monoxus? Oh no, he's leaving, so excuse me.
Miss Chat, no.
So Poopa goes, can I mine Haynes' semen and what kind of GPU is best advice for the activity? Well, it all depends in when that 6-month window of opportunity farms and where unvaccinated sperm is the new Bitcoin. And there will be a 6-month window in where it will be open and then it will close. And within that brief moment, I will be operating at full capacity. I will be jerking off so hard that local seismologists and geomancers will be very worried what's happening in my particular corner of the earth. I will bring the fury and the heat, and it will be absolutely fantastic. And hopefully, if I'm lucky, I'll die in seclusion like the guy who created Scientology. So Basement goes, this is a weird ASMR you're doing, Ains. Hey, listen, I am only answering Thupa's questions while Monoxus makes his way back from the fucking journey from here to Timbuktu where he could piss in peace and come back because there are no bathrooms in the wild, alright? So, now, in regards to the opinions that have been expressed here at twitch.tv/Monoxus, I mean, you could blame him, and he was sitting over here like less than 3 minutes ago. You could take it up with him, and he's going to be coming back soon. Check this out, because I hear that. There he is. So anyone who has a counter argument, if Monoxus has crawled up your ass, or
I have AIDS.
Stuck up in your craw.
Anyone?
No, not quite. But
Sorry,
if anyone,
I'm playing into what are they called? Cold Ones memes. Ever see Cold Ones?
I have not. I'm an uncultured slob.
I gotta show you Cold Ones. I have AIDS.
So chat.
Actually, so alright, chat. I'm gonna cut off whatever the fuck he was saying just now. So Cold Ones is Max Mofo and anything for views, and they have this running joke where it's like, I have AIDS. That's a joke. It's not funny, but to me it's hilarious. So I'm sitting in on a session at my new job, and we're meeting with a new client. And the lady goes like, yeah, so I work at this fucking location. Doesn't say fucking. I work at this location, and she's getting physical therapy, and we're a physical therapy office. So we're like, okay, but like, what is the PT like over there? Because a lot of physical therapist office, the doctor meets you for like 5 minutes, and then
Right.
they give you to the aide, the PT aide, right? And the lady goes, yeah, I meet with the PT, and then I go over and I hang out with the aides, and I'm wearing a mask, and I go. She's like, you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. And she's like, yeah. So then doctor that I'm with, I'm not going to say his name, is like, yeah, a lot of places they have like PT aides, and they end up doing a lot of the work instead of the actual physical therapist. And she's like, oh yeah, the place I'm at, they have aides. And the guy go, I don't catch my mouth, I'm like, and she's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah. But the fact that she was like, yeah, they have AIDS, I was like, dying. Perfectly fine. I'm like, no, they have AIDS.
Incredible.
You okay? Yeah, I'm good. No, I audibly like coughed because I was like, it's funny because it's true, and it's just I cannot hear that phrase anymore without laughing.
You see what you've done to Monoxus life?
No,
All right.
Cold Ones did that. They have AIDS.
Monsters.
PT AIDS, dude. But they have AIDS.
Australian AIDS. That's what they have.
They have AIDS.
Hey, it's AIDS bought from the top down. All right.
I am technically an AFDH. I'm a PT aid personal trainer, but that location had AIDS, plural.
You see what you've done? You're only fueling the fire, AFDH, and now you're going to make him wallow in the crapulence of his own decisions 2 weeks from now, as he's going to be waist deep in like fire, AIDS, fire, AIDS, fire, fire, AIDS.
I mean, I'm also, like, again, I've been watching too much of that fucking nonsense, so, like, they're dumbass jokes, like, I have AIDS. Take that shit out of context. What's up? Like, I'm gay. Ready? Let's go for that.
A la fucking Heartwood, aka I love cocks. Listen, if you're not here, still in chat.
I heard that shit out loud. So, like, take it out of context. We don't have a big enough fucking following to just... I can just say these things. It doesn't matter.
Thank you for coming on by.
But eventually...
I'm sorry you missed it. It was the best thing you haven't watched in a long time.
Although, to be fair, I think our best clip of all time was the John Woo stream. Do you know the clip I'm talking about?
Yes.
I was on the other side of the camera. Hands down our best clip.
So, listen, every once in a while we have people chime in. We have callers. And John Woo chimed in.
And then...
As our 718 TV Hood correspondent, he came in, and honestly, it was the third best stream in the history of anything ever. All right. The second and first one. All right. I can go to the predetermined, never accumulated, but hopefully actualized streams down the road.
I mean, 7 out of 10 AIDS approved this product. AIDS is an E, dude. Come on. AIDS.
Oh, look at him being the grammar Nazi, even though he has nothing to do with fucking Alemania, aka
Whoa!
Deutschland.
I have AIDS. I'm not a Nazi.
Look, grammar Nazi. Who do you think you're for?
AIDS. Also, stop shilling your bullshit, Dave the H. No one wants to buy your stupid fucking products.
You could eat shit and die because I want people to buy them products.
Nobody wants to buy those shitty garbage trash products.
I want them to buy them products.
They're not good. They're garbage. Don't buy them.
Oh, your name is on every other photo on that, you son of a bitch. What kind of cockamamie scheme are you pulling here?
They're terrible. Don't buy the shirts.
You gotta buy them shirts and prove them wrong.
They suck. They're horrible quality. Nobody would wear them. Why would anybody even remotely want to wear a shirt with a design made by queenstrash.com? They are uncomfortable. Nobody likes them. I've never heard anything good about them.
You could take it up with
Nor
them.
have I ever worn them, because they suck.
What?
And if you wear them, you have AIDS.
I'm not
With an E.
I'm not endorsing this attack, but I endorse this attack.
You're gonna hydrate for this?
You see? You see, you're making him come off as unreasonable, but he just wants the best for his community.
There's no reason to ever buy a shirt.
Unless it's at queenstrash.com.
Especially not from queenstrash.com. They're so low quality, it's not even funny.
He might not even be wearing them one of them right now.
They basically just tear when you wear them. Without a shirt, you just keep being shirtless, dude.
Why must you tempt yourself into wanting to rip them off a la Macho Man Randy Savage or Ric
I
Flair?
actually probably could. I'm just not going to because I actually like this shirt.
Because it's true, goddammit.
I like the Lane 6 Tell Me shirt. It's actually good.
Because you know he's
In fact,
right.
I'm mad this is not a shirt. Where is it?
Soon.
This is the most important one. It's not happened yet.
I have to figure out shading because I have to monochrome it. You know what I mean?
This is the shirt.
I have to monochrome.
In fact, I demand that the second this shirt is released, the entire page is just a picture of this, and you can only buy this shirt.
Alright.
The whole page, Queen's Trash, just that picture. You click on it, buy the shirt. This shirt.
I have to figure out shading to get that monochromed on a screen printed shirt. Alright.
It is the second greatest fucking idea, other than this one, and it's not a shirt yet. Also, every other shirt sucks. Don't buy them. They all are terrible. They're uncomfortable. Trust me, you don't want one. Seriously.
You could tell him to choke on his lies at homelesschineseman@gmail.com.
Do not buy
Personally tell Monoxus to go fuck himself.
shirt. They're terrible.
At homelesschineseman@gmail.com.
Do not get a shirt. They're not good. Ignore anything you see that says otherwise. They're terrible.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
homelesschineseman@gmail.com.
Or you can go to queenstrash.com and then not buy a shirt.
Ladies and jerks, this shirt, which he wants in his heart of hearts, at some point, I would like to say I'll figure out shading. Look at what you made him do. All right.
Everyone at Stan Haynes to make this shirt a reality.
Can we?
That shirt. The Tibetan Black Magic shirt.
Now, if you could at me, I will.
It is December 11th, and the Tibetan Black Magic shirt doesn't exist.
You too can help push forward this great thing.
You don't have to, but if you can, if you're in chat right now, if you are sitting in the background lurking like a piece of shit, if you're not lurking and you're just kind of hanging out, do me a favor, any way you can get at Stained Haynes, whether it be through Discord, text, phone call, Twitter message, Instagram, whatever it is that brought you here, just let him know that the Tibetan Black Magic shirt still doesn't exist. And it's the greatest shirt he could possibly be making money off of. Let him know that this shirt right here, the Tibetan Black Magic shirt, the shirt that gives people headaches, could be a thing. Alright?
Okay. So I will be awaiting your death threats and your ransom letters made out of cut-up magazines and catalogs.
Does it hurt to look at? Because it hurts to look at from here.
Does it? You let me know.
It's giving me a headache, and I'm...
And he's only seeing it on an ancillary, A-N-C-I-L-L-A-R, ancillary. Oh fuck you! I got the word right. Ancillary level. All right.
It's so good.
He's not wrong.
Causes pain. It would make a good shirt. Yeah, there you go. Send your hate mail to homeless Chinese man.
Why don't you direct all of your criticism of Monoxus to homelesschineseman@gmail.com?
That's right. Specifically, the why can I not get this shirt hate mail? Because it's the greatest shirt.
I
that
have
we don't
to.
have.
But number one, can it be monochromed? And number two, right? How do I even do shading?
It is going to be a triumph when it is actualized. It's going to take a lot of passes.
I would like to believe so.
But when done,
if it could be monochromed, is all I'm saying.
I would say, in fact, take that out and just make it a headache-inducing shirt. And if someone goes, "What the fuck is that shirt?" they have to explain where they got it from.
I like that. I dig that.
Because it hurts to look at.
So chat, you let me know. So this is, oh, there we go. So this is the image in question, all right? So hopefully you have the same psychic assault headaches in trying to look at this as much as you do when you do online on top of offline, all right? So you let me know, all right? You got that? Do they have that?
I don't know who you're asking, but yeah, they got it.
Okay.
And it's sitting there because you put that away. There's no self-promotion other than the shirt that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take the 718 TV logo out of the forehead, is what you're saying.
Yes. And just put it on the shirt.
All right. It's a flyer, though. I mean, that's why it's there.
Oh no, for the flyer, yes. In fact, I would argue you can move that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Here, and then mirror it here.
He's not wrong, ladies and jerks. So rather than up here,
Play into the fucking mirror, double it up.
and he wants it on the collar. All right. You win this round, Monoxus.
pretty good at this.
Alright.
Alright, chat. Who's still left standing?
You have to let us know. This man is actively elbow dropping people through a TCP/IP connection.
Well, no, we're getting close to the call it time. I did a tweet. I can't check my fucking phone, dude. My phone is the camera right now.
Unfortunately, the phone
Don't tweet me. Tweet this fucking guy.
The phone is how we're broadcasting, so please excuse us.
I was gonna say, nothing but goonies in here. All right, give us. You know what? Give us a topic. Sorry, give us. We don't want to talk about.
So, Aviation Thupa chiming in like a bunch of champion. What if I don't have a shirt? Well, listen, goddammit, Lopan, you're a medium, right? I'll make shirts. Calm your fucking tits, all right?
Come on, you drugs. Give me something to talk about. Yell a topic at me.
And I only say Lopan because he's within our immediate circle of people. So if I were to give him shirts meant for Lopan, they would get to Lopan. You always on your damn phone. That is not a topic, Thupa, and you know that.
Should dueling make a comeback? You mean like proper duels?
Yes.
Or like shooting each other duels?
I think any kind of...
Explain why bunkers and badasses sounds fun. Okay.
AVH? Yes. I believe dueling should come back so there's an initial wave of people who fucking die off who think they're hot shit, and then they realize dueling is a thing you have to practice. And then the second wave of duelers, that's when like the real shit begins to shine. Alright? And hopefully there were people in the first wave of dueling that were cutting their teeth to get to the second wave, because Act 3 is resting on the laurels that got you there. But the point is, in Act 1 and 2, there will be some people predisposed to dueling very well. And they will either through the agreed upon terms, and where like if Monoxus and Kool-Aider dueled, it would be a wrestling match.
Sure. Or we could duel.
Or Monoxus
and I
and
could shoot
Kool-Aider
him first.
can have 10 paces and each a gun in hand and then turn fire.
Yeah, I can murder him.
You seem very arrogant, but I might put money on you.
I'm pretty confident in my reflexes.
Kool-Aider, if you're watching, please let us know.
Nah, I'd kill that man. I would shoot on 9.
Really?
Yeah, I would shoot.
That's grimy.
Doesn't matter, I'm not dead. You know who is?
Kool-Aider.
Yeah. You know who's not dead? You know who is dead?
Kool-Aider.
Yeah, that's right.
So what?
Like pace 7, I'd turn around and shoot.
But what if he shoots you on pace 6 now?
Alright, well now we're fucking playing into like who's gonna cheat first.
Like what? Yo, he kills you on pace 3. You don't know, dude. Look what you started.
No, see, we're talking about the hypothetical of like we're playing like proper duel. Like, no, I'm a cheating fucking like no. Duels. That's why duels don't work.
You plan on shooting him in round 9, and he's gonna shoot you in round 6.
But now only because I've addressed it. Yes. But in a proper duel, I would cheat with that not being established, and I would murder him early.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Like, in fact, it'd be like, here are your guns, gentlemen, face away, and then turn, and then I would turn on 2 and put a bullet in his head, and I put a bullet in the guy who was, like, orchestrating it, and be like, why the fuck did we orchestrate gun-based violence? Shootout, this makes no sense, this is illegal, and I'd leave. In the real world. Well, there's like a dead man who was orchestrating the shootout and the man who I meant to kill. Well, he was like 10 paces, I'd be like 1, 2, 3, pop, pop, and then let's just get the fuck out of here.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you kill the man who put the match together, now you are at a karmic debt to people who put together duels. So the Duel Putting Together Association is going to have a hit on your name and your face and your head.
Assuming that's how this works.
No.
I'm going off of the wrestling thing, like a private event, where I'm just going to murder Kool-Aider and his friend.
But you're murdering the person who put it together.
Yeah, but that assumes that it's Kool Aid's homie who like has the shootout happening.
What if it's not, and that's like Fargo season 5?
All right, if not, then I'm like, I mean, if we're playing with like for keeps, I'm just gonna fucking go all out on 5 and shoot and be like, nah, I don't give a fuck, because I'm vicious.
What if you shoot John 4?
He's not.
You don't know that.
He's the guy who's been fighting to like wrestle me. He's an honorable man. I'm not.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I can kind of tell.
Chat. If you think
That man has been openly trying to like play ball, and I've been the one fighting him. He's not getting that, like, in this situation, I'm the one with like the neutral in the alignment, which means that I'll fucking put a bullet in you on 1. Like, here's your gun,
Fair
sir,
enough.
and then we're both like checking it, and then it's like, all right, turn around and go for 2 paces, and then as you turn, I'm like, because I win. Like, it doesn't.
But then you kill the person holding the duel.
I wouldn't. No, I'm saying like.
But now you've blackmarked
No,
yourself.
I.
Like if this were Spelunky, now the Merchant Brotherhood wants his head.
I will put down the dude I was dueling as soon as he turns around. Because you turned your back on me and I have a gun. That was a mistake.
And you didn't turn around.
No.
You have to deliberately not turn around though.
Yeah.
So it works, yeah.
And then they turn and I'm like, alright, you're a moron. That shit doesn't fly in the real world. And if they're like, what the fuck? I'd be like, I can put you down.
What if someone challenged you to a duel and they just like stood there and they didn't wait and they so turn around and he didn't turn around and he just tried to shoot you? What would you do?
They also shoot. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
That's why duels don't exist anymore. It makes no sense. That's why assassination became a thing.
Because imagine you agree to a duel and you like your people meet someone else's people, and then like imagine like a preliminary thing. Okay, so we agree on the terms and blah 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 blah. And in the middle of that is just like bat bat bat, and like this, now 5 people are dead.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep. Because you stupidly agreed to have rules for murder.
That is why you're against duels.
Rules for evil behavior make no sense.
That is a really weird way to answer a yes or no question.
Yeah, I'm against anything that is inherently evil having guidelines.
Alright. There's no need for you
That's
to...
like having a rule on who you rape.
There
It makes no fucking sense. You don't need guidelines for how you do evil things. You do them as efficiently and as quickly as possible. We're gonna murder each other, potentially. No, I'm gonna do it first. And if you want to take 10 steps that way, I'll put you down and walk away.
So here, at twitch.tv/Monoxus, we tap into the human condition. In where, if you were to duel someone, what is stopping
If you're gonna
you
be fucking
from
evil,
taking
just be
the
evil.
Monoxus route of putting 1 in the back of their head at 8? At 8.
If you're gonna do something evil, just do it. What moral high ground do you have being evil?
Well, the only moral high ground you could possibly have when being evil is, even if you're going
You're
to...
either evil or more evil.
Even if you're going to do something...
Either 1 or 2. That's basically your options.
Even
Shoot
if-
on 1, shoot on 2.
Even if you're going to do something wrong, do it right.
Well, otherwise you're the good guy who's like, I'm going to shoot on 10, and the one who's like, 1, bang! I win! Great! You were good, and
then
you're
you-
fucking dead for it.
And then, like in Ren and Stimpy, you have Evil Ren, and even eviler Ren, and it never fucking ends.
There's no good murder. Like, there's no good murder.
There's not.
So, like,
That's kind of what makes interrogation footage so good.
in fact, if you're the good guy and they're like, let's duel, you'd be like, there's got to be a way to not kill each other.
Right.
But if someone's like, duel to the death, oh, so we're just playing for keeps.
Most people opt out.
So, like, we're playing for keeps? My life versus yours? 10 paces? Sick. 1. Bang! Because it's my life versus yours. No, go ahead, take your fuck. No. No. The second someone's like, we're playing for like life debts? No, you're evil. and I'm going to out-evil you. If they're like, hey, we have a discrepancy. Cool. Can we settle this without murdering each other? Yeah, that's the good path. No one has to die. I'll duel you for it.
But can we settle this, can we settle this discreetly?
Yeah.
No. Firearms, 2. Bang.
Yeah. Firearms? So someone has to die for you to be satisfied. Yes. Cool. So you're evil. 10 paces? Yes? Cool. On 1. Bang. Because I have no, karmically, I have no loss. You're evil. You're ready to kill somebody to prove yourself right. You're evil. And I will equal out your evil by being like, fuck you.
On the second pace. Alright.
First pace.
Exquisite.
In fact, the second we get the guns and they're loaded, they're good, I will put a bullet in someone's head and be like, you wanted to kill someone to prove you were right? I feel nothing for you.
Hey, Sony and Disney, take note. That's how you write tension. Alright.
They just immediately fire. Because why the fuck do I care? There's no discussion, there's no working through this, there's no communication. You're just the only option is that one of us has to die. You're right. 10 paces? Ha! If that's your logic, the world is better off without you.
Just don't kill the guy in charge of the duel.
No, I will.
Why?
Because he's an asset.
That's how you get yourself tomorrow.
Or at the very least, I'll put a gun to his head and be like, so I took 10 paces, right? Right. Right. That was the rule, right? 10 paces, that piece of shit said, hey, 10 paces, I went sure, 10 paces, and I took 10 paces, and then the world is better off without that piece of shit who wants to shoot people to prove his point. Right? When he's wrong, logically, he decides, hey, I'm wrong, I'll murder you over it. That's his logic. So, someone got him back.
Okay.
After 10 paces, right? And if they say no, well...
And if they do, it's funny because it's true.
Then it's my word versus theirs. Which they don't have a word anymore because
Okay,
they're fucking dead.
Okay, the Departed, it's my word versus theirs.
Lawful neutral. I've always been, always happened.
It's fucking
Just saying. Yeah, I am very ready to kill them.
So chat is holding court. Monoxis, what are they saying? And obviously Basement is, I don't know if he's upset or shocked.
No, he's going off with the logic of it. If motherfucker challenged me to a duel to the death over opinions, yeah, I'll murder him. In fact, I disagree with your opinion. 10 paces and we shoot. You're ready to kill someone because you genuinely believe in your personal ideology? Yeah, I'll kill you first.
But, okay, question.
And that's that little bit of, huh?
Okay. Question.
Also, I'm more about self-perseverance. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. If you're willing to kill somebody over your opinion, right or wrong, you're an extremist.
So, are they threatening your quality of life?
Well, they're just threatening life in general. So, checks
Look
and
at the
balances,
paladin over here.
Checks and balances. You'll kill someone regardless of how you feel? Without evidence? It's because you can.
And you will.
So I will too. I'll do it first. I wouldn't find myself in that situation regardless.
Well,
Also, if someone ever challenged me to a duel to the death, I'm going to cheat immediately.
on one hand, you're
Like,
not,
no questions.
on one hand, you're not wrong, museum-wise.
So just for reference, if someone ever was like, duel to the death, here are the rules. The second I can cheat, I'm going to.
Second half, if you challenge Monoxis to a duel, and it's going to be like hand-to-hand, no weapons, no whatever, he's going to show up with his hands wrapped up, and wrapped up in there's going to be like carpenter's razor blades.
Razor blades, yeah.
And
I'm gonna cheat immediately.
And like he's going to induce shock in his opponent by seeing blood run down from their first
I'm
person view.
going to.
And then in the moment of shock, he's just gonna like fucking like scoop them up and then drop them on their head and then fucking hammer fist them until they stop moving, because they never got over the shock of watching blood pour from any sort of artificial opponent-based orifice, you know, especially through sharp metal. And he's gonna have that wrapped up and around his wrists, around his hands.
There's nothing to stop cheating in the rule.
If you challenge him to a duel, all right,
I'm gonna cheat. I will find a way to cheat. It's inevitable.
Fun fact. In this movie called, I forget, it was like a Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he does the kicking. And
all of his movies?
It's
like,
not. It's not Bloodsport. It's some other thing. So like in the beginning of the movie, like he dips his hands in like honey, and then he dips his hands in like broken glass, and then him and some other dude fight.
That would still puncture his hands.
His hands are wrapped up.
So wrapped honey glass.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he beats the dude, and that's the beginning, and blah 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 blah. So like we should bring that back. That would make for excellent.
That'd be dope, yeah.
Not only for excellent entertainment, and two, because the randomness of the stand-up phase with a broken glass and honey, I think would be hilarity
He just dips him in his
ensue.
AIDS. Great, I'm glad I got fucking people on the AIDS
Every
train.
week, all right.
Yeah, he's just got AIDS.
What was the name of
He
that?
gets his hands in the glass and he starts to bleed and he gets AIDS.
What was the name of that Jean-Claude Van Damme film where in the beginning the glass and I think Hot Shots or Hot Shots Pardue joked about it because they were like gummy bears, and he dipped it into the honey, and instead of glass he dipped it into like a crushed up graham crackers, and then like sprinkles, and then to glass.
I don't know. I do not remember any of that, so.
Okay, listen.
If that's what it's based on, so.
Yes, Hot Shots.
Jean-Claude Van Damme films before he became like a joke.
And that movie was the OC for scenes in Hot Shots, where Charlie Sheen plays the main actor, and Hot Shots Part 2, where he plays the main actor as well. But the whole joke is instead of launching an arrow like Rambo, it's chicken. Going
Yeah,
on.
I've seen that.
Right.
I mean, I still think Jean-Claude Van Damme's best movie is Street Fighter.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not wrong. But
I mean, here's the thing.
listen, Bloodsport, I'd argue, gave us Street Fighter.
No one remembers
you could go to hell.
Jean-Claude Van Damme for anything outside of... So, like, there's Bloodsport, which if you know Jean-Claude Van Damme, you know Bloodsport, right? The same way if you know Jean-Claude Van Damme, you know Time Cop. If you don't know Jean-Claude Van Damme, so we're talking about, like, the age gap is there, which is now well beyond. Like, Jean-Claude Van Damme is not going to be remembered for any of his performances outside of Street Fighter.
Well, one reason for that is because Mr. Julian.
Because of Raul Julia. And because Street Fighter the movie sucks so bad it's good.
Right. It borders on being some Ed Wood bullshit.
So, Jean-Claude Van Damme will forever be the worst version of Guile on film. And Mr. Julian will always just be like Gomez Adams. Like the perfect Gomez Adams.
But for me, it was Tuesday.
Well, that line will be a meme forever. But I still think his best performance is Gomez Adams.
Oh, no, the flawless Gomez Adams.
Like, he was meant to play Gomez Adams.
So, ladies and jerks, if you have not seen the first Addams Family movie,
No, both are amazing.
listen, right.
Addams Family Values is the best Thanksgiving movie you're not watching.
You heard it here first.
In fact, it's the one time, like, the villain kind of wins in the end, and the whole family is like, yeah, no, this is murderous. Like, Debbie, she's just, like, gonna kill them, and they're all, like, strapped down, and they're just like, yeah, no, like, we're cool. She's like, no one accepted me, and they're just like, no, like, we love it. Like, we just didn't like that you took, like, Fester away from us. So, like, You being a murderous bitch is awesome.
They accepted it up front.
They're like fucking murderers. Yeah, what's up? Do it though, like kill us. Like kill us.
That was a good movie. And if memory serves me correctly, like Pugsley and Wednesday go to fucking summer camp in Park City.
That's where you get the Thanksgiving scene.
Yep.
Where fucking Wednesday is talking to blonde whatever face, and she's just like, I can't accept your peace treaty. I'm gonna murder all your people and set fire to everything. And the camp goes wild.
Right. And she does.
Yeah, she fucking after like Wednesday does like the smile scene where it's just like, are you converted? She's like, I am. And then she's just like, no, I don't accept your bullshit, white lady. It's the best Thanksgiving movie of all time.
And I remember among the things she says, like, having high balls while selling jewelry by the side of the road.
Yep.
Like, goddamn.
Yep. What, she nails it, and it was years ago. That fucking, like, that movie nails it. Also, like, them talking about their new baby in that movie, and they're just like, you'll be a doctor. Just like, or a lawyer. No.
Listen, you lousy kids, if you haven't seen the Addams Family movie or the sequel, that is entirely on you. You should check that out. And then Gomez Addams ends up becoming the impossible benchmark. If you're a woman, you'll probably look at Gomez Addams and see that as the impossible in man.
Yeah,
and if you're a dude, you will never find Morticia because, of course, she's a work of fiction. But how does... you have to be Adam Gomez. But you will never be Adam Gomez.
No, yeah.
And thus begins the self-fulfilling prophecy.
No. People want to be the Adamses, but it's just not possible.
No.
He's perfect, she's perfect, and not just from a film standpoint, from like a chemistry standpoint. No humans can engage each other the way that those two actors did. Like shows, like there's the Family show, and there are later animated adaptations, but they cannot capture the magic that Mr. Julia and what was her name?
Tiss McGee. I forget her name.
No, come on. She's a celebrated
Chat,
actress.
can you help us? Who played Morticia in the Addams Family Values?
They were perfect. Perfect. Actually, all the casting in that shit was perfect. It was just phenomenal.
Whenever they looked at one another, they did legit look like, they looked like they hooked up twice that morning.
Yeah.
And then they were just like, hey.
Yeah.
Like, throughout the whole movie.
Perfect, yeah. They were always on point. Even when they weren't. They were
Who played Morticia in the Addams Family Values movie? Please help us out, chat.
Don't listen to it.
William AKA William Dafoe. Alright, you're not wrong.
He means Willem.
Fun
It's
fact.
not William, just so we're clear.
You know what's a movie
It's Willem.
You know what's a movie Willem Dafoe is in that people don't give credit to? There's a movie called Streets of Fire. Alright?
It's okay.
And that movie is the OC for Final Fight, made by Capcom, which is a side-scrolling beat 'em up. Right?
You ever seen The Lighthouse?
No. It's a good movie.
It's okay.
Okay. I will take it because everything around me is awful.
It is. It's an experience. They're fun. Just The Lighthouse. Have fun.
Okay. So,
Give yourself 2 hours. Have a few drinks. Don't question anything. Just
The
watch
Lighthouse, you say?
it. Yeah, just watch it.
He is a good actor. I imagine if anyone has seen Boondock Saints, of course, he shows up as pantyhose-faced.
Boondock Saints is where he got his big.
Even though he was in The Passion of the Christ, fucking directed by Martin Scorsese, prior to that, and that didn't get it. No. It was fucking Boondock Saints.
Saints is what broke it. Because he fucking overacted in that. Like that's the thing.
Although fucking Spider-Man did help him out, I am a bit of a scientist myself, you know.
Mel Gibson. See that?
Alright, Dupa. You're not wrong. But Mel Gibson is going to outlive each and every single one of us.
That wasn't
right?
Dupa, that was Muzo.
Oh, El Primo.
And he said Mel Bigson.
Mel Gibson, listen, I don't think you understand the untapped power of Mel Gibson.
Don't
Because-
give Mel Gibson your power.
Listen, Mel
In
Gibson.
fact, Ohio is tricking you into giving Gibson more power.
Mel Gibson is.
Stop
going
saying
to-
his name.
Mel Gibson.
Stop.
You know what rhymes with Mel Gibson?
Ohio.
Hell Mibson.
You're just giving them more. He's a fucking monstrous, terrible, racist, bigot, anti-Semite.
Phobeist, white nationalist, terrorist.
Yeah, all those things.
Listen,
He was also in Lethal Weapon, which is pretty cool.
he was in
And he was Mad Max.
He was in Lethal Weapon 1 through 4.
And Mad Max. Once upon a time, before Mad Max.
And the Road Warrior.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
You mean before the reboot?
And then Beyond Thunderdome.
You mean before the reboot?
Yeah.
Have you seen Fury Road?
I have.
Alright, so then, like, let's be honest.
Tom Hardy did do a great job.
Let's be fair here, though. Like, Fury Road is better than every other Mad Max movie ever made.
You're not wrong.
Okay, I'm just glad we're like
No. Because
Fury Road makes the rest of them look like shit.
Because right out the gate, it's like he's not well, and then oh no, and then escape, and then who owns the future, and then the chase scene, and he's
You mean the movie? the chase scene, the movie.
right. Okay. The point is,
Yeah. So
Fury Road was great because it sort of felt like Mad Max continued. These three films that sort of sent you off on like a positive note.
no, yeah.
All of that is dashed.
And then
And
welcome
the
to the Fury Road.
The person who created those first three things, George Miller, right?
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it is George Miller. Yeah, right.
The person in charge of making the first three things was asked to come back and make part 4.
Did you know they had no script?
I did not know that.
They had no script.
They just let them do their thing.
They storyboarded the entire movie in its entirety, comic style. In fact, you can get Fury Road in graphic novel form if you want to buy it.
Really?
The entire movie was storyboarded by hand-drawn frames, and there was no lines of dialogue before the movie was made. Because they were like, it doesn't matter what the story is verbally, what matters is the visuals. So they storyboarded the whole film from a physical, like, this shot into this shot into this shot, and they were like, now how do we do this in real life? Because they wanted to do as much practical as possible.
Really?
So they drew everything, storyboarded, and was like, now how do we do this in real life? So when they actually had to film it, they were like, we don't care what the dialogue is. If we can make the scene happen,
The shot.
yeah, that's what matters. And the plot was secondary. Because it's a Mad Max movie.
Although I do like how, like, hey, moment of mental instability, and then, like, you dodge, and, like, you could have easily died in that quick time event, and then the movie keeps going.
Yep.
And that was a nice little, like, no, Max still has to work for it.
Yeah.
He's not just some, hey, I'm here to pass the torch. No.
Assuming his name is Max.
In fact, and then down the road, that's me.
Yep.
Which, of course, it is. It's a really good movie.
In fact, Immortan Joe was not even like a main character in the original. This guy. In the storyboard, it was just like villain. And then eventually, I'm pretty sure they were like, yeah, it's Immortan Joe. Like the character from other things, like he's back.
Just some guy.
Yeah.
Some guy.
A guy. And it's like, and then like main character was just Max.
Well, he
In
could have
fact,
been.
the main character in the original storyboard was Furiosa.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Which is why she's so prominent in the story.
Oh,
Max is not the main character of Fury Road.
that's the kind of point.
Yeah, he's a side character.
Because it's like Mad Max extended universe in a way.
It's also not Max. Like,
Right, but that is sort of the charm in where like in James Bond, it will never always be Sean Connery. It will never always be
Yeah.
Roger Moore. It will never always be Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, now it's not.
It will never always be Daniel Craig. So, like, different people stepping in to play Max to have this world unfold ridiculously.
Apparently, it's not even the same fucking guy.
Okay.
Apparently.
He's just some good driving guy.
Some guy
All right, then.
named Max. Max. The same way the guy from those other movies was Max.
No, but they were invested in him being named Max.
No, the first movie is Max.
Right.
And then 2 is Max. And then 3 is Max. Like, this is not the same person. Like, it has not been the same man since the first movie, apparently. It's just like a guy, but Mel Gibson kept playing him.
Right. Okay.
But it's just some guy. It's not Max. It's
Mad Max.
Max. The same way, this movie was like Max.
Okay.
Could be him. Probably isn't.
No. Question. What time is it?
It is 10.
All right. So, ladies and jerks. Oh.
Anton. What?
Oh. Anton what have you?
What is it them trying to get you to say Anton Chigger?
You heard it. Oh.
Why do they want you to say it, though?
Your guys is fine. Is it too late to call Chubby Burger?
Yes.
It is.
It's definitely too late.
Damn.
In fact, we have to call the stream. But why do they... What is with the Anton Chigger thing?
You have to ask them.
Chat, what is... I don't get it. Anton Chigger. Chigger.
I'm not saying it. He's saying it.
Chigger.
You hungry?
No. Also, mad food. It's actually sugar.
You mean not your?
Yeah. I know it's spelled sugar. It is.
Stop. They're going to have a fucking mic.
In the context of the book, it's spelled chigger.
Look at what you've done.
But it's actually pronounced sugar. But it's spelled chigger. Chigger.
It never fucking ends
Sugar.
with people.
Like it rhymes.
Yes, that's right. You people.
Right? Chigger?
I can neither.
Is it funny because it rhymes with a racial slur?
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
Because it's technically pronounced sugar.
But evidently, when I say Anton shit, you know what?
His name is Anton Sugar.
Cool later will, I'm sure, unpack this in civil court.
Just saying, canonically, based on the book,
A Microsoft PowerPoint show and tell, and he'll have the little button, and it goes to the next slide.
canonically, based on the book, it's Anton Sugar. It's pronounced with an SH, not a CH, and it's IGUH. Sugar. It's like sugar.
Says-
Anton Sugar.
Says you.
That's based on the fucking book. It's Anton Sugar.
He's
In
gonna
fact,
he's gonna fight me over this.
the fucking writer was like, no, it's sugar. It's pronounced sugar.
You sure about that?
Yeah, it's pronounced sugar. We can play sugar for fun.
Alright, so chat.
And then sugar sounds a lot like a racial slur, so.
Although chat seems to have a particularly fond and soft spot in my
So
heart.
what's going on in the 718 studios? My computer is overheating, and we're probably going to call it in 2 minutes?
But you're not hungry, and I'm depressed, but that's fine. I'll make my way back in one piece. But seriously, I shit you not.
You're not hungry, and I'm depressed.
That's it.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I have mad food. These fucking people just keep buying fucking food and they don't eat them. There's just so much shit to be eaten.
But Chubby Burger is closed.
Not for closed. I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to that shit.
No.
Bro, I don't know. I don't fucking order chubby burger.
But I know you wouldn't say no if I did order.
Nick.
You son of a bitch. Stop that.
Stop what? What, using mildly racial slurs? Did I call you Mick instead?
I'm not even Irish. You don't get to say that.
What's a Greek racial slur?
Malaka.
Butt sex?
No, that means jerk off.
Anal?
No, it doesn't. No, we can call them right now.
You can call that right now. I'm not calling shit.
You know? Alright, fine.
What the fuck? What do you want from chubby burgers? Like, what's the...
I have craved it all fucking week.
So order fucking chubby burgers. Call them. What you fucking waiting for me to do it?
Okay, but can we at least end the stream like gentlemen? So
No!
Look at what you've done to him.
Like gentlemen. He's got a chub. You don't even know, son. Chubby burger is not even a fucking, like, statewide thing. It's just like a local shit.
It is just the low. I don't want to say it's the low. It is 2 steps above lowest common denominator. That's all I'm saying it is. All right, I'm gonna have to put my fucking credit card on this shit.
Are you ordering online?
Yes.
Oh my god. I got this man to order online. That's a thing. Alright, shot. I guess we'll call it, right? We're calling it? Because you're just going to try and order food?
You know what? I'm just gonna call the restaurant itself and give them my number over the phone.
But, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that is the easiest way to deal with things.
Yeah?
All right, ladies and jerks. So we're gonna end it here. So I hope you all have a lovely and remainder of your weekend. Parzival, buenas noches. Madman Uzan, I know you just got home from the beverage barn, but buenas noches. Each and every single one of you. Buenas noches. All right. We good?
Good night, y'all!